By the dawn of the 3rd century BC, two distinct yet interconnected worlds stood poised on the brink of an inevitable collision that would reshape the Mediterranean forever. Rome, having consolidated its grip on central Italy through a combination of military prowess and diplomatic cunning, cast its ambitious gaze southward toward the wealthy Greek colonies of Magna Graecia. Meanwhile, the fragmented Hellenistic world, born from the ashes of Alexander's empire, struggled with internal divisions and shifting alliances that would ultimately provide Rome with the openings it needed to establish dominance over the eastern Mediterranean. The Roman expansion into southern Italy began in earnest during the early decades of the 3rd century, driven by a combination of strategic necessity and opportunistic aggression. The Samnite Wars had demonstrated Rome's capacity to absorb and integrate conquered territories, transforming potential enemies into allies through a sophisticated system of citizenship grants, colonial foundations, and military obligations. This approach proved particularly effective when dealing with the Greek cities of southern Italy, which found themselves caught between the expanding Roman sphere and the persistent threats posed by indigenous Italic peoples. Tarentum, the most powerful of the Greek colonies in southern Italy, exemplified the precarious position of these Hellenistic outposts. Founded by Spartan colonists in the 8th century BC, Tarentum had grown into a prosperous maritime power with extensive trade networks stretching across the Mediterranean. The city's wealth derived primarily from its strategic position, controlling access to the Gulf of Taranto, its fertile agricultural hinterland, and its reputation as a centre of learning and culture. Tarentine coins, featuring the distinctive dolphin rider motif, circulated throughout the Greek world, testament to the city's commercial reach and influence. The Tarentines maintained their independence through a combination of mercenary forces, naval power, and careful diplomatic manoeuvring. Their military establishment relied heavily on hired soldiers, particularly from the warlike tribes of the Italian interior, supplemented by citizen militias trained in traditional Greek hoplite tactics. The city's harbour could accommodate substantial fleets, and Tarentine triremes regularly patrolled the waters of the Ionian Sea, protecting merchant vessels and projecting power throughout the region. However, Tarentum's position became increasingly untenable as Roman influence spread southward. The Romans had already established colonies at Venusia and Luceria, effectively controlling the major inland routes into southern Italy. More concerning still was Rome's growing naval presence, which directly challenged Tarentine maritime supremacy. The Treaty of 303 BC, which supposedly restricted Roman naval operations in the Gulf of Taranto, reflected Tarentine concerns about Roman encroachment rather than any genuine Roman acceptance of limitations on their expansion. The other Greek cities of Magna Graecia faced similar pressures. Rhegium, controlling the strategic Strait of Messina, found itself increasingly dependent on Roman protection against Bruttian raiders and Sicilian pirates. Croton, once home to Pythagoras and renowned for its athletes and philosophers, had declined significantly from its classical peak but remained an important agricultural centre. Metapontum, Heraclea, and Thurii all struggled to maintain their independence while dealing with the dual pressures of Roman expansion and indigenous Italian hostility. These cities retained many of the characteristics that had defined Greek civilization for centuries. Their agoras bustled with commercial activity, their theatres hosted performances of classical dramas, and their gymnasiums echoed with philosophical debates. Yet beneath this veneer of cultural continuity lay profound weaknesses that would prove fatal when confronted by Roman military efficiency and political pragmatism. The Greek cities remained fundamentally divided, unable to coordinate effective resistance against external threats. Their citizen bodies had often become narrow oligarchies more concerned with preserving their privileges than defending their independence. Simultaneously, Rome's involvement in Sicilian affairs brought it into direct contact with the broader Hellenistic world. The First Punic War, had transformed Rome from a primarily land-based Italian power into a Mediterranean naval force capable of projecting strength across substantial distances. The conquest of Sicily provided Rome with its first overseas province and demonstrated the potential rewards of expansion beyond the Italian peninsula. More importantly, it established Roman presence in waters that had traditionally been dominated by Greek and Carthaginian fleets. Syracuse, under the rule of Hiron II, represented a different model of Greek political organisation. Unlike the declining city-states of Magna Graecia, Syracuse had successfully adapted to the realities of Hellenistic politics by concentrating power in the hands of a capable monarch supported by professional military forces. Hiron's kingdom controlled most of eastern Sicily and maintained extensive diplomatic relationships with the major Hellenistic powers. His decision to ally with Rome during the First Punic War demonstrated the pragmatic calculations that increasingly characterized Greek political leadership in this period. The fragmented political landscape of mainland Greece presented both opportunities and challenges for Roman expansion. The traditional city-state system, which had dominated Greek politics for centuries, was clearly in decline by the 3rd century BC. Athens, once the preeminent naval power in the Aegean, had been reduced to a second-rate state dependent on Ptolemaic subsidies and philosophical prestige. The Athenian fleet, which had once numbered hundreds of triremes, could barely maintain a dozen vessels for coastal patrol duties. The city's famous silver mines at Laurium had been largely exhausted, and its population had declined significantly from classical peaks. Sparta, the other great classical power, faced even more severe problems. The rigid social system that had once made Spartan hoplites the terror of Greece had become a source of fatal weakness. The number of full Spartan citizens had dwindled to fewer than 1,000, making it impossible to maintain the military forces necessary for their independent action. Attempts at reform by kings like Aegiaeus IV and Cleomenes III would ultimately fail, leaving Sparta as little more than a regional power trading on past glories. Into this vacuum stepped the federal leagues, representing a new form of Greek political organisation adapted to Hellenistic realities. The Achaean League, centred on the cities of the northern Peloponnese, had evolved from a loose religious confederation into an effective military and political alliance. Under leaders like Aratus of Sicyon, the League successfully liberated numerous Peloponnesian cities from Macedonian garrisons and established a federal system that balanced local autonomy with collective security. The Achaean federal structure represented a sophisticated attempt to address the fundamental weakness of the traditional city-state system. Each member city retained control over its internal affairs while contributing troops and resources to common military campaigns. The League's assembly, meeting at regular intervals in different member cities, provided a forum for coordinating policy and resolving disputes. Most importantly, the League maintained a professional military force capable of confronting the armies of the Hellenistic kingdoms on relatively equal terms. The Aetolian League, controlling much of central and western Greece, operated according to different principles but achieved similar results. The Aetolians had traditionally been viewed by other Greeks as semi-barbarian raiders, but by the 3rd century they had developed into a formidable military confederation. Their federal structure was looser than that of the Achaeans, reflecting the mountainous terrain and tribal traditions of their homeland. However, Aetolian military effectiveness was undeniable, particularly in irregular warfare and mountain fighting. Aetolian soldiers were renowned for their individual courage and skill with traditional Greek weapons, but they also adapted readily to new tactical developments. Their light infantry, armed with javelins and small shields, proved particularly effective against the rigid phalanx formations favoured by Macedonian armies. The League's cavalry, drawn primarily from the plains of Thessaly after that region's incorporation, provided the mobility necessary for effective operations across the varied terrain of central Greece. The competition between these leagues reflected broader tensions within the Greek world about the proper response to Macedonian domination and the growing power of Rome. The Achaeans generally favoured accommodation with Macedonia, viewing Antigonid support as necessary for maintaining independence from more distant threats. The Aetolians, by contrast, consistently opposed Macedonian influence and actively sought external allies, including Rome, to balance Antigonid power. Macedonia itself remained the dominant military power in the Greek world, despite the challenges posed by federal leagues and external enemies. The Antigonid dynasty had successfully rebuilt Macedonian strength after the chaos following Alexander's death, establishing a kingdom that controlled not only Macedonia proper, but also significant territories in Thessaly and the Peloponnese. Macedonian garrisons in Corinth, Chalcis, and Demetrius provided the kingdom with strategic bases for projecting power throughout Greece. The Macedonian military system retained many of the innovations that had made Alexander's armies invincible. The Macedonian phalanx, armed with sarissas extending up to 18 feet in length, remained the core of Antigonid infantry forces. These pikes, when properly deployed, created a virtually impenetrable hedge of spear points that could devastate enemy formations attempting frontal assaults. Supporting the phalanx were units of hypaspists, elite infantry capable of both phalanx and more flexible tactical formations. Macedonian cavalry continued the traditions established by Alexander's companions, though the quality had undoubtedly declined from classical peaks. The hetairoi remained the elite striking force of Macedonian armies, trained from childhood in horsemanship and combat techniques. Their equipment typically included a long lance for the initial charge, a sword for close combat, and armour ranging from simple leather corselets to elaborate bronze cuirasses depending on the rider's wealth and status. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from Syria to the borders of India, represented the largest but also the most vulnerable of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Seleucus I and his successors had created an administrative system capable of governing diverse populations across vast distances, but this very diversity created constant challenges. The empire faced persistent threats from Ptolemaic Egypt in the west, Parthian expansion in the east, and internal rebellions throughout its territories. Seleucid military forces reflected the empire's multicultural character. The core of Seleucid armies consisted of Macedonian settlers and their descendants, organised in traditional phalanx formations and trained in classical Greek military techniques. These units provided the backbone for major campaigns and served as garrison forces in key cities throughout the empire. However, the Seleucids also made extensive use of local troops, including Thracian peltasts, Cretan archers, and various types of cavalry drawn from the empire's diverse populations. The Seleucid war elephant corps represented one of the most distinctive elements of their military system. These animals, originally acquired from Indian allies, were bred and trained at specialised facilities throughout the empire. A fully equipped war elephant carried a crew of several men armed with long spears and missile weapons, protected by armour plating covering the animal's head and flanks. In battle, elephants served both as mobile fighting platforms and as psychological weapons capable of terrifying enemy infantry and cavalry. Ptolemaic Egypt pursued different strategic priorities, focusing primarily on naval power and control of eastern Mediterranean trade routes. The Ptolemies had inherited the administrative efficiency of pharaonic Egypt while adding Greek military techniques and Hellenistic diplomatic practices. Their kingdom was perhaps the wealthiest of the successor states, drawing enormous revenues from Egyptian agriculture and international commerce. The Ptolemaic military system emphasised naval power above all else. The royal fleet, based primarily at Alexandria, included some of the largest warships ever constructed in the ancient world. Ptolemaic shipbuilders experimented with vessels carrying as many as 40 banks of oars, creating floating fortresses capable of dominating naval battles through sheer size and firepower. These ships carried substantial complements of marines, including both Greek hoplites and Egyptian infantry trained in Hellenistic tactics. The complex diplomatic relationships between these powers created a web of alliances and rivalries that would ultimately draw Rome into Greek affairs. The Syrian wars between the Ptolemies and Seleucids had raged intermittently for decades, with both sides seeking allies to tip the balance of power. Macedonia found itself increasingly isolated, facing pressure from the federal leagues in the south and growing Roman influence in the west. Roman military capabilities had evolved significantly during the conquest of Italy and the Punic Wars. The Manipular Legion represented a revolutionary departure from traditional Mediterranean military systems, emphasizing flexibility and tactical adaptability over the rigid formations favored by Greek armies. Roman legionaries were equipped as heavy infantry with large rectangular shields, short thrusting swords, and javelins for initial missile exchanges. The Manipular system divided each legion into 3 distinct lines based on age and experience. The Hastati, youngest and least experienced soldiers, formed the front line and bore the initial brunt of enemy attacks. Behind them stood the Principes, mature soldiers in their prime fighting years who provided the legion's main striking power. The Trierii, veterans armed with long spears, served as a final reserve and rallying point if the forward lines were broken. This tactical flexibility gave Roman armies significant advantages over opponents relying on single tactical systems. Against phalanx formations, Roman manipules could exploit gaps in enemy lines or attack from unexpected directions. Against less disciplined opponents, the legion's disciplined advance and coordinated missile fire could break enemy morale before hand-to-hand combat began. Most importantly, Roman tactical doctrine emphasized adaptation to specific battlefield conditions rather than rigid adherence to predetermined formations. Roman military engineering capabilities had also advanced dramatically during the Italian wars. Roman armies could construct fortified camps with remarkable speed, creating secure bases for extended operations in hostile territory. Siege techniques, learned from Greek and Carthaginian examples, enabled Roman forces to reduce fortified positions that might otherwise have halted their advance. The Roman military's logistical capabilities, supported by an extensive network of roads and supply depots, allowed sustained operations far from home bases. The Roman alliance system provided additional military advantages that Greek opponents would struggle to match. Rome's Italian allies contributed substantial manpower to Roman military efforts, often providing specialized troops that complemented legionary capabilities. Allied cavalry, drawn primarily from Campanian and other Italian communities, gave Roman armies the mounted forces necessary for effective reconnaissance and pursuit operations. As the 3rd century drew to a close, the stage was set for a confrontation that would determine the future of the Mediterranean world. Rome's expansion had brought it into direct contact with Greek communities that could no longer maintain their independence through traditional means. The fragmented nature of Greek political organisation, while producing innovations like the federal leagues, ultimately prevented effective coordination against external threats. The Hellenistic kingdoms, despite their individual strengths, remained locked in mutual rivalries that Roman diplomacy would skillfully exploit. The military balance, while still favouring individual Greek powers in specific circumstances, was shifting inexorably towards Rome's more adaptable and sustainable military system. The transformation of Rome from an Italian power to a Mediterranean hegemon began not with grand declarations of imperial ambition, but through a series of seemingly modest interventions against Illyrian pirates whose depredations had disrupted Greek commerce for decades. The Illyrian kingdom, stretching along the eastern Adriatic coast from modern-day Albania to Croatia, had evolved from a collection of tribal chieftains into a formidable maritime power under Queen Tuta's aggressive leadership. Her fleets of Liburnian galleys, swift vessels designed specifically for raiding operations, had systematically plundered merchant shipping throughout the Adriatic and Ionian seas, creating a crisis that would ultimately provide Rome with its first pretext for intervention in Greek affairs. The Illyrian naval tradition differed markedly from the heavy warships favoured by major Mediterranean powers. Liburnian vessels typically measured between 60 and 80 feet in length, powered by single banks of oars manned by crews of 30 to 50 men. Their shallow draft allowed operations in coastal waters inaccessible to larger ships, while their speed enabled rapid strikes against merchant convoys, followed by equally swift retreats to hidden bases along the Illyrian coast. These vessels carried crews armed with javelins, short swords, and boarding axes, specialising in the capture rather than destruction of enemy ships and their valuable cargoes. Queen Tuta had inherited the Illyrian throne around 231 BC following the death of her husband Agron, whose own reign had marked a significant expansion of Illyrian power. Under Agron's leadership, Illyrian forces had intervened successfully in Greek affairs, providing crucial support to the Achaean League against Aetolian expansion. This intervention demonstrated Illyrian military capabilities beyond mere piracy, as Agron's armies proved capable of operating effectively alongside Greek allies in conventional land warfare. His death, however, left the kingdom under the regency of Tuta, who adopted a far more aggressive policy toward all maritime traffic in Illyrian waters. The escalation of Illyrian piracy under Tuta's rule created severe problems for Greek commercial cities that depended on maritime trade for their prosperity. Merchant vessels travelling between Italy and Greece faced systematic attacks, with entire convoys disappearing into Illyrian captivity. The pirates showed particular interest in capturing skilled craftsmen, educated slaves, and wealthy passengers who could command substantial ransoms. This practice devastated the delicate commercial networks that connected Greek cities with their overseas markets and sources of essential commodities. Apollonia and Epidamnus, Greek colonies on the Illyrian coast, found themselves in particularly vulnerable positions. These cities had maintained their Greek character and commercial connections despite their location within the expanding Illyrian sphere of influence. The harbours served as important waypoints for vessels travelling between Italy and the eastern Mediterranean, making them natural targets for Tuta's aggressive policies. The Queen's forces began imposing tribute demands on these cities while simultaneously using their harbours as bases for extended piratical operations. The crisis reached its peak when Illyrian forces attacked Roman merchant vessels operating in waters that Rome considered under its protection. The Romans had developed substantial commercial interests in the Adriatic following their conquest of the Italian coast, and Roman merchants frequently travelled to Greek cities in Sicily and southern Italy. When Illyrian pirates began treating Roman ships as legitimate targets, they crossed a line that the Roman Senate could not ignore without appearing weak before both Roman citizens and potential allies. Roman diplomatic protocols required formal warnings before military action, leading to the dispatch of ambassadors to Tuta's court in 230 BC. The embassy, led by Lucius and Gaius Coruncanius, was instructed to demand cessation of attacks on Roman shipping and compensation for losses already sustained. The ambassador's reception at the Illyrian court revealed the cultural gulf between Roman diplomatic expectations and Illyrian political practices. Tuta reportedly dismissed Roman concerns with contempt, suggesting that piracy was a traditional Illyrian occupation that no foreign power had the right to regulate. The subsequent murder of one of the Roman ambassadors, allegedly on Tuta's direct orders, provided the Senate with a clear casus belli that satisfied both legal requirements and popular outrage. Roman religious law demanded divine approval for military campaigns, obtained through elaborate ceremonies involving the inspection of sacrificial animals' entrails and the formal declaration of war by the fetial priests. The assassination of an ambassador under diplomatic protection violated fundamental principles of international law recognised throughout the Mediterranean world, ensuring that Roman military action would receive widespread support from Greek cities suffering under Illyrian depredations. The Roman military response demonstrated the Republic's capacity for rapid mobilization and overseas projection of force. the Senate authorised a substantial expedition consisting of 2 full legions supported by allied Italian troops, a total force of approximately 20,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry. More significantly, Rome assembled a fleet of 200 warships, including both Roman-built vessels and ships contributed by Italian allies with naval traditions. This fleet represented one of the largest naval forces Rome had ever deployed, reflecting the seriousness with which the Senate viewed the Illyrian threat. The Roman fleet included a mixture of vessel types adapted to different tactical requirements. Quinqueremes formed the backbone of the battle line, massive ships with 5 banks of oars carrying crews of 300 men, including 120 marines. These vessels mounted bronze-reinforced rams capable of sinking enemy ships through direct impact, while their elevated decks provided platforms for artillery engines and missile troops. Lighter triremes provided scouting capabilities and pursuit forces, their greater speed and maneuverability complementing the raw power of the heavier ships. The Roman invasion of Illyria in 229 BC proceeded with characteristic efficiency and systematic planning. The expeditionary force established its primary base on the island of Corcyra, whose Greek population welcomed Roman intervention as liberation from Illyrian oppression. The island's strategic position controlled access to the Adriatic from the south, while its harbours provided secure anchorage for the Roman fleet and supply ships. From this base, Roman forces could threaten Illyrian coastal positions while maintaining secure communications with Italy. The siege of Epidamnus marked the first major engagement of the campaign, demonstrating Roman siege techniques to Greek observers who would later face similar methods. Roman engineers constructed elaborate circumvallation work surrounding the city, preventing both escape and relief, while Roman artillery bombarded the walls with stone projectiles. The defenders, primarily Illyrian garrison troops supported by local militia, lacked the engineering expertise necessary to counter Roman siege works effectively. After several weeks of bombardment and assault, the city surrendered, its Greek population greeting the Romans as liberators. Roman treatment of captured Epidamnus established important precedents for future Greek relations. Rather than imposing harsh terms or installing Roman governors, the Romans restored the city's traditional Greek institutions while requiring only a pledge of friendship and cooperation. This approach reflected Roman understanding that successful expansion required the voluntary cooperation of local populations rather than mere military conquest. The restoration of Greek civic institutions demonstrated Roman respect for Hellenistic political traditions, encouraging other Greek cities to view Roman intervention favourably. The campaign's success extended beyond mere military victory to encompass sophisticated diplomatic achievements that established Rome as a legitimate participant in Greek political affairs. Representatives from numerous Greek cities travelled to the Roman camp seeking protection and alliance, recognising that Roman military power offered security that their own resources could not provide. The Achaean League, Aetolian League, and various independent cities all established formal relationships with Rome during this period, creating a network of alliances that would prove crucial in subsequent conflicts. Apollonia's submission to Rome illustrated the complex calculations facing Greek cities caught between competing powers. The city's leaders recognised that continued resistance would likely result in destruction, while accommodation with Rome offered prospects for renewed prosperity under Roman protection. The terms negotiated between Apollonia and Rome became a model for subsequent agreements, establishing the principle that Greek cities accepting Roman friendship would retain their internal autonomy while contributing to common defence efforts. The Roman settlement of Illyrian affairs demonstrated sophisticated understanding of regional power dynamics and Greek political expectations. Rather than attempting to govern Illyrian territories directly, Rome established a client kingdom under Demetrius of Pharos, a young Illyrian noble who had supported Roman operations against Teuta. This arrangement satisfied Roman security concerns while avoiding the administrative burdens of direct rule over unfamiliar territories and populations. Demetrius received control over substantial Illyrian territories in exchange for guarantees that piracy would cease and that Illyrian forces would support Roman interests in future conflicts. The treaty terms imposed on Teuta reflected Roman determination to eliminate the piratical threat while establishing clear boundaries for acceptable Illyrian behaviour. The Queen was required to pay substantial indemnities covering Roman losses and campaign expenses, while her naval forces were restricted to a small number of vessels operating under strict limitations. Most significantly, Illyrian ships were prohibited from sailing south of Lycius with more than 2 vessels, effectively ending their capacity for large-scale piratical operations. Greek reactions to Roman intervention revealed the complex political calculations that would characterize Greek-Roman relations throughout the subsequent period. Cities that had suffered most severely from Illyrian piracy, particularly those dependent on maritime commerce, welcomed Roman action as a necessary restoration of order and security. Merchants from Athens, Corinth, and the island cities expressed particular gratitude for the elimination of piratical threats that had disrupted their trade networks for years. However, more perceptive Greek observers recognized that Roman intervention represented a fundamental shift in Mediterranean power relationships. The speed and effectiveness of Roman military operations demonstrated capabilities that exceeded those of individual Greek powers, while Roman diplomatic initiatives revealed sophisticated understanding of Greek political dynamics. Some Greek intellectuals began questioning whether Roman protection might ultimately prove more restrictive than the threats it claimed to address. The Aetolian League's response to Roman intervention illustrated the pragmatic calculations that increasingly dominated Greek politics. League leaders recognized that Roman military power offered opportunities to advance Aetolian interests against traditional enemies, particularly Macedonia. By establishing close relationships with Rome, the Aetolians gained access to military support that could offset Macedonian advantages in conventional warfare. This calculation would prove prescient as tensions between Rome and Macedonia continued to escalate. The Second Illyrian War emerged from the ambitious policies of Demetrius of Pharos, whose gratitude to Rome proved short-lived once he consolidated his position within the Illyrian kingdom. By 220 BC, Demetrius had begun expanding his territories beyond the boundaries established in the Roman settlement, attacking Greek cities and resuming piratical operations on a limited scale. His actions reflected both personal ambition and broader Illyrian resentment of Roman restrictions on traditional practices. Demetrius's calculation that Rome would be too preoccupied with Hannibal's invasion to respond effectively to Illyrian provocations proved fundamentally mistaken. Despite the enormous pressures created by Carthaginian operations in Italy, the Roman Senate recognized that failure to respond to Illyrian aggression would undermine Roman credibility throughout the Greek world. The decision to launch a second Illyrian expedition, while simultaneously fighting for survival against Hannibal, demonstrated Roman determination to maintain their position as a Mediterranean power, regardless of immediate costs. The Roman response to Demetrius's provocations revealed important developments in Roman military organization and strategic thinking. Rather than assembling another massive expeditionary force, Rome dispatched a smaller but more professional army under experienced commanders, who understood both Illyrian tactics and Greek political sensitivities. This force included veterans of the First Illyrian War, who possessed valuable knowledge of local conditions and established relationships with Greek allies. The campaign against Demetrius proceeded with even greater efficiency than the earlier intervention against Teuta. Roman forces systematically reduced Illyrian strongholds while coordinating with Greek allies who provided intelligence and logistical support. The siege of Demale demonstrated Roman improvements in siege warfare, as Roman engineers employed more sophisticated techniques for breaching fortified walls and neutralizing defensive positions. Demetrius's flight to Macedonia following the collapse of his kingdom established a direct connection between Illyrian affairs and broader Greek politics. His reception at the Macedonian court under Philip V created tensions that would ultimately contribute to the outbreak of the First Macedonian War. Philip's decision to shelter a Roman enemy while simultaneously negotiating with Hannibal represented a fundamental miscalculation of Roman capabilities and determination. The Roman settlement following Demetrius's defeat established more direct Roman control over Illyrian affairs while maintaining the client kingdom structure that had proved effective in the earlier intervention. The new Illyrian rulers received their positions explicitly as Roman appointees, creating a clear hierarchy of authority that eliminated ambiguities about ultimate sovereignty. This arrangement provided Rome with secure bases for future operations in the Eastern Mediterranean, while demonstrating to Greek observers the consequences of betraying Roman trust. The integration of Illyrian naval resources into Roman strategic planning marked an important development in Roman military capabilities. Illyrian expertise in coastal warfare and knowledge of Eastern Adriatic navigation provided valuable assets for future Roman operations against Macedonia and other Greek powers. The transformation of former Illyrian pirates into Roman auxiliaries illustrated Rome's pragmatic approach to militarist recruitment and its ability to convert former enemies into useful allies. Greek diplomatic responses to the Second Illyrian War revealed growing sophistication in understanding Roman political processes and military capabilities. Embassies from various Greek cities travelled to Rome seeking confirmation of existing agreements and negotiation of new arrangements reflecting changed circumstances. These diplomatic exchanges introduced Greek representatives to Roman political institutions and decision-making processes, knowledge that would prove valuable in subsequent negotiations. The Roman establishment of naval supremacy in the Adriatic following the Second Illyrian War fundamentally altered the strategic calculations of every major power in the Eastern Mediterranean. Philip of Macedon, observing Roman military efficiency and growing influence among Greek cities, recognized that the traditional balance of power that had sustained Macedonian hegemony for over a century was rapidly disintegrating. The young king, who had ascended to the throne in 221 BC at barely 17 years of age, possessed both the ambition of his Antigonid predecessors and a keen understanding of the changing political landscape that now included Rome as a major participant in Greek affairs. Philip's initial response to Roman expansion had been cautious accommodation, rather than direct confrontation. The Macedonian court maintained cordial diplomatic relations with Roman representatives, and Philip had even offered mediation services during Roman conflicts with other Greek powers. However, the devastating defeat of Roman forces at Cannae in 216 BC created an entirely new strategic environment that seemed to offer unprecedented opportunities for reversing Roman gains in the Greek world. The near-complete destruction of Roman military power in southern Italy suggested that Rome's eastern commitments might become untenable if additional pressure were applied from Greek allies of Carthage. The intelligence reaching Philip's court in the aftermath of Cannae painted a picture of Roman desperation that proved ultimately misleading but seemed compelling at the time. Reports described mass desertions among Roman allies, the abandonment of Roman colonies, and the virtual collapse of Roman military recruitment. Macedonian agents operating in southern Italy reported that Hannibal's forces controlled most of the countryside while Roman survivors huddled behind city walls, apparently incapable of mounting effective counterattacks. These assessments, while containing elements of truth, failed to appreciate the fundamental resilience of Roman political institutions and the loyalty of most Italian allies to the Roman cause. Philip's decision to establish direct contact with Hannibal represented a calculated gamble based on these intelligence assessments and his own strategic priorities. The Macedonian king recognized that Carthaginian victory in Italy would eliminate Roman capacity for Eastern Mediterranean intervention, while potentially providing Macedonia with a powerful ally for future expansion. The proposed alliance offered mutual benefits: Carthaginian support for Macedonian recovery of territories lost to Rome and Roman allies, while Macedonian naval and military assistance would help Hannibal maintain his position in Italy and potentially expand Carthaginian operations into the eastern Mediterranean. The secret negotiations between Philip and Hannibal required elaborate security measures to avoid Roman detection. Macedonian envoys travelled through circuitous routes, often disguising their identities as merchants or religious pilgrims to avoid suspicion from Roman allies monitoring major trade routes. The initial contact was established through intermediaries operating from Tarentum, where Hannibal had established one of his most secure bases following his alliance with that city's anti-Roman faction. These preliminary discussions revealed substantial common ground between Macedonian and Carthaginian strategic objectives, particularly regarding the dismantlement of Roman influence in the central Mediterranean. The formal treaty concluded between Philip and Hannibal in 215 BC represented one of the most ambitious attempts at anti-Roman coalition building in the ancient world. The agreement specified that Macedonia would provide naval support for Carthaginian operations while opening a second front against Roman allies in the eastern Mediterranean. In exchange, Carthage would support Macedonian territorial claims in Illyria and provide military assistance for operations against Roman client states in Greece. The treaty also included provisions for coordinated diplomatic efforts to recruit additional allies from among Rome's enemies and disaffected subjects. The strategic logic underlying this alliance reflected sophisticated understanding of Roman vulnerabilities and strengths. Both Philip and Hannibal recognized that Rome's power ultimately depended on the loyalty of Italian allies who provided the manpower necessary for sustained military operations. By simultaneously threatening Roman interest in multiple theatres, the Allied powers hoped to stretch Roman resources beyond their capacity for effective response. The alliance also aimed to demonstrate Roman weakness to wavering allies, potentially triggering a cascade of defections that would leave Rome isolated and vulnerable. However, the practical implementation of this alliance faced enormous logistical and strategic challenges that neither party had fully anticipated. The distance separating Macedonian and Carthaginian forces made coordination extremely difficult, while Roman naval power in the Adriatic complicated direct communication between the allies. More fundamentally, both Philip and Hannibal had committed their primary military resources to existing campaigns, leaving limited forces available for new operations required by their mutual assistance agreement. Philip's initial military operations in support of the Carthaginian alliance focused on the recovery of Illyrian territories lost to Rome during the previous decade. Macedonian forces, supported by a substantial fleet of traditional Greek warships, launched coordinated attacks against Roman client rulers and their territories along the eastern Adriatic coast. These operations achieved significant initial success, as Roman naval forces were largely committed to supporting operations against Hannibal in Italy and could not provide adequate protection for their Illyrian allies. The siege of Apollonia marked Philip's most ambitious attempt to reverse Roman gains in Illyria. The city's strategic position controlling access to the interior of the Balkans made it a crucial objective for any power seeking to dominate the eastern Adriatic. Philip's forces employed traditional Macedonian siege techniques, including the construction of elaborate earthworks and the deployment of torsion artillery for bombardment of the city's walls. The siege also demonstrated Macedonian naval capabilities, as Philip's fleet established a blockade preventing Roman relief efforts while supporting land operations with supplies and reinforcements. The defenders of Apollonia, primarily Greek citizens supported by a small Roman garrison, faced overwhelming odds but possessed several crucial advantages. The city's fortifications had been strengthened following the earlier Illyrian wars, incorporating lessons learned from Roman siege techniques. More importantly, the population remained largely loyal to Rome, recognizing that Roman protection had restored prosperity and security after decades of Illyrian depredations. This loyalty translated into effective resistance that prolonged the siege far beyond Philip's initial expectations. Roman response to Philip's Illyrian operations revealed both the limitations and strengths of Roman strategic planning during the Hannibalic crisis. The Senate could not spare significant forces from the Italian theatre, where Hannibal's continued presence posed an existential threat to Roman survival. However, Roman commanders demonstrated remarkable strategic flexibility by developing alternative approaches to the Macedonian threat that maximized available resources while minimizing direct military commitments. The Roman decision to seek Greek allies as a counterweight to Macedonian power represented a fundamental shift in Roman diplomatic strategy. Previous Roman involvement in Greek affairs had been largely reactive, responding to specific crises or threats rather than pursuing systematic alliance building. The Macedonian alliance with Hannibal forced Roman strategists to develop more sophisticated approaches to Eastern Mediterranean politics, including long-term commitments to Greek allies and direct involvement in traditional Greek interstate conflicts. The Aetolian League emerged as Rome's most important potential ally in this new strategic environment. Aetolian hostility toward Macedonia had deep historical roots, stemming from territorial disputes and competing claims to leadership within the Greek world. The League's military capabilities, while insufficient to confront Macedonia independently, could provide valuable support for Roman operations while forcing Philip to divide his attention between multiple fronts. Most importantly, Aetolian knowledge of Greek political dynamics and military practices offered Roman commanders crucial intelligence about Macedonian capabilities and intentions. The negotiations between Rome and the Aetolian League revealed the complexity of Greek political calculations during this period. Aetolian leaders recognized that alliance with Rome offered opportunities to advance traditional Aetolian objectives against Macedonia, but they also understood that such an alliance would fundamentally alter the balance of power within Greece. The League's decision to ally with Rome reflected pragmatic assessments of military realities rather than any particular affection for Roman political institutions or cultural values. The formal treaty concluded between Rome and the Aetolian League in 212 BC established the framework for Roman military operations in Greece throughout the remainder of the war. The agreement specified that Rome would provide naval support and limited land forces for operations against Macedonia, while the Aetolians would contribute the bulk of the infantry and cavalry required for major campaigns. Territorial gains achieved through joint operations would be divided according to predetermined formulas, with the Aetolians receiving most conquered territories while Rome retained strategic positions necessary for future naval operations. The treaty's provisions regarding other Greek states revealed Roman understanding of the fragmented nature of Greek politics and the importance of building broad coalitions. Both Rome and the Aetolian League committed to accepting additional allies into their partnership, with specific procedures established for negotiating terms with cities and leagues seeking protection from Macedonian retaliation. These provisions proved crucial for expanding the anti-Macedonian coalition beyond its initial membership, ultimately including states as diverse as Pergamon, Sparta, and various Aegean island communities. Roman naval operations in support of the Aetolian alliance demonstrated the growing sophistication of Roman maritime warfare and strategic planning. Roman fleets operating from bases in southern Italy and Sicily could project power throughout the eastern Mediterranean, threatening Macedonian coastal positions while supporting Allied operations with supplies and reinforcements. The Roman naval presence also complicated Philip's communications with Hannibal, making coordination between the Allied powers increasingly difficult as the war progressed. The Roman fleet assigned to Greek operations included both traditional Roman vessels and ships, contributed by Italian allies with maritime traditions. the naval force was commanded by experienced officers who had gained valuable experience during the Punic Wars, bringing to Greek waters tactical innovations developed through combat against Carthaginian fleets. Roman naval tactics emphasized ramming attacks and boarding operations, approaches that proved effective against Macedonian ships designed primarily for coastal operations rather than major fleet engagements. Macedonian naval capabilities, while substantial by Greek standards, proved inadequate for sustained operations against Roman fleets supported by secure bases and professional crews. Philip's ships were primarily traditional Greek designs optimized for operations in the relatively calm waters of the Aegean and eastern Mediterranean. These vessels performed effectively in coastal operations and amphibious assaults, but lacked the structural strength and crew training necessary for the ramming tactics favoured by Roman naval commanders. The Battle of Chios in 201 BC illustrated the tactical superiority of Roman naval methods over traditional Greek approaches to maritime warfare. The engagement began when a combined Roman and Allied fleet encountered Philip's navy while the Macedonians were conducting operations against rebellious island cities. The Roman commanders immediately adopted aggressive tactics, using their ships' superior ramming capabilities to break through Macedonian formations, while Allied vessels provided supporting attacks against isolated enemy ships. The Macedonian response demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of traditional Greek naval tactics. Philip's ships initially maintained tight formations designed to maximize the effectiveness of their missile troops and prevent Roman ramming attacks. However, the flexibility of Roman tactical formations allowed individual Roman ships to exploit gaps in Macedonian lines while avoiding concentrated enemy fire. The battle's outcome confirmed Roman naval superiority while demonstrating to Greek observers the effectiveness of Roman military methods. Land operations during the First Macedonian War revealed the continuing effectiveness of traditional Macedonian military systems when properly employed, while also highlighting the limitations of Greek warfare against Roman tactical innovations. Philip's armies retained the fundamental characteristics that had made Macedonian forces dominant in earlier periods. Disciplined phalanx formations supported by effective cavalry and siege equipment. However, the fragmented nature of Greek terrain and the guerrilla tactics favoured by Aetolian forces limited opportunities for the decisive battles in which Macedonian advantages would have been most apparent. The siege of Aquinas demonstrated Philip's continued mastery of traditional siege warfare techniques. Macedonian engineers constructed elaborate siege works including towers, battering rams and torsion artillery designed to breach the city's fortifications. The siege also revealed Philip's understanding of psychological warfare as Macedonian forces systematically devastated the surrounding countryside to demonstrate the consequences of resistance, while offering generous terms to cities that submitted voluntarily. Aetolian military tactics during the war reflected their people's traditional emphasis on individual courage and familiarity with local terrain. Aetolian forces excelled at ambush operations and mountain warfare, using their knowledge of central Greek geography to avoid decisive engagements while inflicting continuous losses on Macedonian forces. These tactics proved particularly effective against Macedonian supply lines, forcing Philip to commit substantial forces to protecting his communications while limiting his capacity for offensive operations. The Roman military contribution to Greek operations remained relatively modest throughout most of the war, reflecting both the demands of the Italian theatre and Roman strategic priorities. Roman forces typically consisted of single legions supported by allied Italian troops, totaling perhaps 8,000 to 10,000 men. However, the quality and tactical flexibility of Roman units provided capabilities that significantly enhanced Allied effectiveness, particularly in siege operations and conventional battles against Macedonian forces. Roman siege techniques, demonstrated during operations against various Macedonian strongholds, impressed Greek observers with their systematic efficiency and technological sophistication. Roman engineers employed standardized procedures for constructing siege works, including circumvallation lines, artillery positions, and assault towers. These methods, refined through extensive experience in Italy and Sicily, proved superior to traditional Greek approaches that relied primarily on blockade and bombardment. The gradual expansion of the anti-Macedonian coalition demonstrated the effectiveness of Roman diplomatic methods and the appeal of Roman protection for smaller Greek states. Cities and leagues throughout Greece recognized that Roman military success in Italy, despite initial setbacks, indicated superior organizational capabilities and resources. The Roman commitment to respecting local autonomy and traditional institutions, demonstrated through their treatment of Greek allies, contrasted favourably with Macedonian practices that often involved the installation of garrisons and the suppression of local political freedoms. Pergamon's entry into the Roman alliance marked a significant expansion of the coalition beyond traditional Greek boundaries. King Attalus I brought substantial military resources to the anti-Macedonian cause, including professional armies trained in Hellenistic warfare and financial resources that helped sustain extended operations. The Pergamene alliance also provided Rome with valuable intelligence about Seleucid capabilities and intentions, as Pergamon had extensive experience in conflicts with the larger Hellenistic kingdom. The participation of various Aegean islands in the Roman alliance reflected the maritime dimension of the conflict and the importance of naval power for controlling eastern Mediterranean trade routes. Islands like Rhodes and Crete provided bases for Roman naval operations, while contributing specialized forces, particularly skilled archers and naval personnel, to the common cause. These alliances demonstrated Roman understanding of the interconnected nature of Mediterranean commerce and the strategic value of controlling key maritime positions. Philip's attempts to break the Roman alliance through separate negotiations with individual members revealed both his diplomatic skills and the fundamental weakness of his strategic position. The Macedonian king offered substantial territorial concessions and commercial privileges to Aetolian and other Greek leaders, hoping to detach them from their Roman alliance. However, these efforts ultimately failed because they could not address the underlying security concerns that had driven Greek states to seek Roman protection in the first place. The Peace of Phoenice, concluded in 205 BC, reflected the military and political realities that had emerged during 9 years of intermittent warfare. Neither Rome nor Macedonia had achieved decisive military victory, but both sides recognized that continued conflict served neither party's fundamental interests. Rome's primary concern remained the ongoing struggle with Hannibal in Italy, while Philip faced growing pressure from other Hellenistic powers and internal challenges within his kingdom. The treaty's territorial provisions generally confirmed the status quo that had developed during the war, with both sides retaining most of their pre-war possessions, while acknowledging spheres of influence that reflected military realities. Rome retained its Illyrian protectorates while recognizing Macedonian control over most traditional Greek territories. The Aetolian League and other Roman allies received guarantees of their independence and territorial integrity, establishing the principle that Rome would protect Greek states that had supported its cause. More significantly, the Peace of Phoenice established Rome's formal recognition as a legitimate participant in Greek political affairs, with rights and responsibilities equivalent to those of traditional Hellenistic powers. The treaty included Rome in the traditional Greek diplomatic system, requiring consultation on matters affecting mutual interests while establishing procedures for resolving future disputes. This recognition represented a fundamental transformation in Mediterranean power relationships, acknowledging Rome's emergence as a major Eastern Mediterranean power, despite its primary focus on Western affairs. The treaty's implications extended far beyond its immediate territorial and diplomatic provisions. Greek states throughout the eastern Mediterranean recognized that Roman military capabilities and political determination had been tested against one of the most formidable Hellenistic powers and had proven adequate for sustained operations far from Roman home territories. This demonstration of Roman capacity for power projection fundamentally altered Greek calculations about future political alignments and security arrangements. The Peace of Phoenix had scarcely dried upon its parchment when Philip V began implementing an aggressive expansion strategy that would ultimately shatter the fragile equilibrium established by the treaty. The Macedonian king, far from viewing the peace as a permanent settlement, regarded it merely as a temporary respite that would allow him to consolidate his position before resuming his confrontation with Rome. Philip's calculations were influenced by his assessment that Roman preoccupation with Carthaginian affairs would continue for years, providing Macedonia with a crucial window of opportunity to strengthen its position in the eastern Mediterranean before Rome could again turn its attention eastward. Philip's immediate objectives focused on the wealthy commercial centres of the Aegean Sea and the strategically vital territories of Asia Minor. The king recognised that Macedonia's traditional power base in northern Greece, while providing substantial military manpower, lacked the commercial resources necessary to compete effectively with Rome's vast Italian territories. The Aegean islands and Anatolian coastal cities offered access to lucrative trade networks that connected the Black Sea grain routes with Egyptian and Syrian markets. Control of these commercial arteries would provide Macedonia with the financial resources needed to maintain the professional armies and naval forces essential for great power status. The island of Thasos became Philip's first major target in this new phase of expansion. The island's strategic position near the mouth of the Hebrus River gave it control over Thracian gold mines and timber resources, while its harbours served as important waypoints for vessels travelling between the Aegean and Black Sea regions. Thasos had maintained nominal independence during the First Macedonian War, but its location made it vulnerable to Macedonian naval operations launched from bases in northern Greece. Philip's forces employed a combination of naval blockade and direct assault to overwhelm the island's limited defences, demonstrating the effectiveness of coordinated land and sea operations that would characterise his subsequent campaigns. The capture of Thasos provided Philip with both immediate strategic advantages and a testing ground for the military innovations he intended to employ in larger operations. The island's gold mines, while not as productive as in earlier centuries, still generated substantial revenues that helped finance Philip's expanding military establishment. More importantly, Thasos served as a forward base for operations against other Aegean targets, its harbours accommodating the specialised vessels Philip's engineers had developed for amphibious warfare. These new ship designs reflected Philip's understanding that successful operations in the island-studded Aegean required vessels capable of both naval combat and troop transport. Macedonian shipwrights had modified traditional galley designs to create hybrid vessels that retained sufficient ramming power for fleet engagements while providing space for substantial numbers of soldiers and siege equipment. The ships featured reinforced bows for beach landings, collapsible boarding ramps for rapid troop deployment, and specialised storage compartments for the artillery, pieces essential for reducing island fortifications. Philip's assault on the island of Chios revealed the sophistication of his new military methods and the growing confidence of Macedonian forces in amphibious operations. Chios occupied a crucial position controlling access to the wealthy cities of Ionia, its harbours serving as bases for the commercial fleets that transported Asian goods to Greek markets. The island's substantial population and strong fortifications made it a formidable target, requiring careful planning and coordination between naval and land forces. The Macedonian approach to Chios demonstrated Philip's mastery of combined operations. Macedonian fleets established naval supremacy in the waters surrounding the island, while simultaneously landing substantial forces at multiple points along the coastline. These landing forces, equipped with portable siege engines and supported by naval artillery, systematically reduced the outlying fortifications that protected the island's main cities. The coordination required for these operations exceeded anything previously attempted in Greek warfare, reflecting the professional competence that Philip had developed in his officer corps during years of continuous campaigning. The siege of the city of Chios itself showcased the technological innovations that Philip's engineers had developed for island warfare. Macedonian forces constructed floating bridges that allowed the transfer of heavy siege equipment from ships to shore positions, while specialized artillery vessels provided covering fire for assault operations. The defenders, primarily citizen militias supported by mercenary forces, lacked both the equipment and training necessary to counter these sophisticated techniques. After several weeks of intensive bombardment and repeated assaults, the city surrendered, its population facing the choice between destruction and submission to Macedonian rule. Philip's treatment of conquered territories revealed his understanding of the economic foundations of military power and the importance of maintaining productive capacity in occupied regions. Rather than imposing punitive measures that would reduce the economic value of his conquests, Philip generally maintained existing commercial and administrative structures, while installing Macedonian governors responsible for ensuring loyalty and collecting tribute. This approach maximized the financial benefits of conquest while minimizing the administrative burdens that might have diverted resources from military operations. The systematic nature of Philip's Aegean expansion soon brought him into direct conflict with Rhodes, the preeminent naval power of the eastern Mediterranean. Rhodes had maintained its independence through a combination of naval strength, commercial wealth, and careful diplomatic balancing between the major Hellenistic powers. The Rhodian fleet, consisting of over 100 warships, including some of the most advanced vessels in the Mediterranean, represented a formidable obstacle to Philip's ambitions for Aegean dominance. Rhodian naval capabilities had been developed through centuries of experience in protecting the island's far-flung commercial interests. Rhodian ships incorporated the latest innovations in hull design and rigging systems, achieving speeds that exceeded those of traditional Greek vessels, while maintaining the structural strength necessary for ramming attacks. The crews of these ships included professional sailors and marines whose training emphasized both individual skill and coordinated fleet maneuvers. Rhodian naval tactics stressed mobility and precision, using superior seamanship to exploit weaknesses in enemy formations while avoiding direct confrontations that might favor larger but less maneuverable opponents. The escalating conflict between Macedonia and Rhodes attracted the attention of other major powers throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Pergamon, under King Attalus I, had particular reasons for concern about Philip's expansion, as Macedonian control of the Aegean would threaten Pergamene access to Greek markets and potentially isolate the kingdom from its traditional allies. Attalus had spent decades building Pergamon into a major regional power through careful military reforms and diplomatic initiatives, and Philip's aggressive expansion threatened to undermine these achievements. Pergamene military capabilities reflected the kingdom's position as a buffer state between the major Hellenistic powers and the tribal peoples of central Anatolia. Pergamene armies combined traditional Greek heavy infantry with specialized units adapted to local conditions, including excellent cavalry forces and skilled archers recruited from the kingdom's diverse population. The Pergamene military system emphasized flexibility and rapid response, capabilities that had proven essential for defending the kingdom's scattered territories against multiple potential enemies. The growing tension between Philip and the Pergamene-Rhodian coalition created opportunities for diplomatic initiatives that would fundamentally alter the balance of power in the eastern Mediterranean. Both Rhodes and Pergamon recognized that their individual resources, while substantial, might prove inadequate against the full weight of Macedonian military power. The solution lay in coordinated resistance that would force Philip to divide his forces while potentially attracting support from other powers concerned about Macedonian expansion. The secret negotiations between Philip V and Antiochus III of the Seleucid Empire represented one of the most audacious diplomatic initiatives of the Hellenistic period. Both kings recognised that the death of Ptolemy IV in 204 BC had created unprecedented opportunities for territorial expansion at Egyptian expense. The Ptolemaic kingdom, weakened by internal succession disputes, and the minority of the new king Ptolemy V, appeared vulnerable to coordinated attacks that could partition its territories between the two most powerful remaining Hellenistic monarchies. The proposed partition agreement reflected sophisticated understanding of both kingdoms' strategic priorities and military capabilities. Philip would receive Ptolemaic territories in the Aegean and Asia Minor, regions that would complement his existing Macedonian power base while providing access to the commercial networks he needed for financial resources. Antiochus would gain control over Ptolemaic possessions in Syria and Palestine, territories that would eliminate the persistent threat to Seleucid security posed by Egyptian garrisons in these strategically vital regions. The military implications of this alliance were staggering. Combined Macedonian and Seleucid forces would vastly outnumber anything the Ptolemaic kingdom could deploy, while the coordination of attacks from multiple directions would prevent effective Egyptian defensive measures. The Seleucid Empire could deploy armies numbering in the tens of thousands, including the famous War Elephant Corps and diverse cavalry forces recruited from throughout the empire's vast territories. These forces, when combined with Philip's experienced infantry and naval capabilities, would create military pressure that few powers could withstand. However, the practical implementation of this ambitious scheme faced enormous challenges that neither king had fully anticipated. The distances separating Macedonian and Seleucid territories made coordination extremely difficult, while both kingdoms faced internal pressures that limited their capacity for sustained foreign operations. More significantly, the proposed partition threatened to upset the delicate balance of power that had maintained relative stability in the Eastern Mediterranean for generations. Ptolemaic Egypt, despite its internal difficulties, retained substantial military capabilities and diplomatic resources that could complicate the execution of any partition scheme. The Ptolemaic navy, based primarily at Alexandria, remained one of the most formidable fleets in the Mediterranean, capable of disrupting seaborne communications between Macedonia and the Seleucid Empire. Egyptian wealth, accumulated through centuries of control over Eastern Mediterranean trade, provided resources for hiring mercenary forces and purchasing diplomatic support from other powers threatened by Macedonian and Seleucid expansion. The intelligence networks that connected the various Hellenistic courts ensured that rumours of the Philip-Antiochus agreement reached other major powers well before any military operations could begin. Rhodes and Pergamon, already concerned about Philip's Aegean expansion, recognised that successful implementation of the partition scheme would leave them isolated and vulnerable to future Macedonian aggression. The prospect of Macedonia controlling both sides of the Aegean while allied with the Seleucid Empire posed an existential threat to the independence of smaller Greek states throughout the region. Egyptian diplomatic initiatives launched in response to intelligence about the proposed partition demonstrated the continued effectiveness of Ptolemaic foreign policy despite the kingdom's internal difficulties. Egyptian ambassadors travelled throughout the Greek world, offering financial subsidies and military support to any power willing to oppose Macedonian and Seleucid expansion. These initiatives found receptive audiences among rulers who recognised that their own independence might be threatened if the partition succeeded. The developing crisis attracted the attention of Roman observers, who had maintained informal monitoring of Eastern Mediterranean affairs since the Peace of Phoenice. Roman merchants operating in Greek ports reported increasing tensions between the major powers, while Roman diplomatic representatives noted the growing frequency of appeals for support from smaller Greek states. These reports reached Rome at a time when the Republic was finally achieving decisive success against Hannibal, creating possibilities for renewed Eastern involvement that had been impossible during the darkest years of the Carthaginian War. The Roman Senate's initial response to reports of Eastern Mediterranean tensions reflected both caution and growing confidence in Roman military capabilities. The senators recognized that premature involvement in Greek affairs might dissipate the military advantages Rome had gained through its victory over Carthage, while simultaneously understanding that successful Macedonian expansion might create future threats to Roman interests. The debate within the Senate revealed fundamental disagreements about Roman strategic priorities and the appropriate scope of Roman commitments beyond the Italian peninsula. Conservative senators, led by figures who had guided Rome through the Hannibalic crisis, argued for continued focus on consolidating Roman control over Italy and the Western Mediterranean. These voices emphasized the enormous costs of the recent war and the need for internal reconstruction before undertaking new foreign adventures. They pointed to the fragmented nature of Greek politics and the historical tendency of Greek states to shift allegiances as evidence that Roman involvement would likely prove both expensive and ultimately ineffective. More aggressive senators, many of whom had gained prominence through military service during the Carthaginian War, advocated for immediate Roman intervention to prevent the emergence of a dominant Eastern Mediterranean power that might eventually threaten Roman interests. These advocates emphasized Rome's demonstrated military superiority over Macedonian forces during the First Macedonian War, and argued that early intervention would prove less costly than allowing Philip to consolidate his expanded territories before acting. The arrival of formal embassies from Rhodes and Pergamon in 201 BC transformed the Senate's deliberations from abstract strategic discussions into concrete decisions about immediate military commitments. The Rhodian embassy, led by experienced diplomats familiar with Roman political processes, presented detailed intelligence about Philip's military preparations and the scope of his territorial ambitions. The Pergamene representatives provided similar information about Seleucid military activities and the coordination between the two kingdoms that threatened to overwhelm Egyptian resistance. These embassies employed sophisticated arguments designed to appeal to Roman strategic interests, rather than mere sympathy for Greek independence. The ambassadors emphasized that Macedonian control over Aegean trade routes would threaten Roman commercial interests, while Seleucid expansion into Egyptian territories might eventually bring a hostile power into contact with Roman allies in the Western Mediterranean. The diplomatic presentations included detailed maps showing the strategic implications of proposed territorial changes and financial projections demonstrating the economic consequences for Roman merchants operating in affected regions. The Roman decision-making process revealed the increasing sophistication of Roman strategic thinking and the growing influence of military professionals in determining foreign policy. Consular commanders who had served in the Eastern Mediterranean during the First Macedonian War provided detailed assessments of Macedonian military capabilities and the feasibility of renewed Roman operations in Greek waters. These military evaluations generally supported intervention, emphasizing that Roman tactical advantages over Macedonian forces remained decisive and that early action would prevent Philip from consolidating his recent gains. The logistical preparations for renewed Eastern Mediterranean operations demonstrated Roman organizational capabilities that had been refined through years of large-scale warfare against Carthage. Roman military planners developed detailed supply systems that could sustain substantial forces operating far from Italian bases, while Roman naval commanders prepared fleets capable of challenging Macedonian naval supremacy in the Aegean. The scale of these preparations indicated Roman determination to commit whatever resources might be necessary to achieve decisive results in the coming conflict. The recruitment of Allied forces for the projected Eastern campaign revealed both the strengths and limitations of Roman alliance systems. Italian allies who had remained loyal throughout the Hannibalic crisis were willing to contribute forces for new Roman initiatives, but many communities requested reduced obligations in recognition of their recent sacrifices. The negotiations required to secure adequate Allied support consumed valuable time and resources, while demonstrating that Roman military power ultimately depended on maintaining the voluntary cooperation of Italian communities. Roman diplomatic initiatives designed to build support among Greek states revealed growing Roman sophistication in Eastern Mediterranean politics. Roman envoys travelled throughout Greece, offering protection and alliance to cities and leagues threatened by Macedonian expansion, while gathering intelligence about local political conditions and military capabilities. These missions established the personal relationships and political understandings that would prove crucial for coordinating anti-Macedonian resistance once military operations began. The final Roman decision to intervene in the developing Eastern Mediterranean crisis reflected a combination of strategic calculation and political opportunism that would characterize Roman expansion throughout the following century. The Senate recognized that successful intervention would establish Roman dominance over the wealthy Eastern Mediterranean while eliminating potential future threats to Roman security. The timing seemed optimal, with Roman military forces at peak effectiveness following their victory over Carthage and Macedonian expansion, creating natural allies among threatened Greek states. The Roman declaration of war against Macedonia in 200 BC marked the beginning of what would prove to be the most decisive military confrontation in the history of Greek-Roman relations. Unlike the previous conflict, which had been fought while Rome struggled for survival against Hannibal, the Second Macedonian War would demonstrate the full weight of Roman military power unleashed against a Greek opponent. The Senate's decision to commit substantial forces to the Eastern Mediterranean reflected both Roman confidence in their military superiority and recognition that Philip V's aggressive expansion threatened to create a dominant Eastern power capable of challenging Roman interests across the Mediterranean. The Roman expeditionary force assembled for the Macedonian campaign represented the largest military commitment Rome had yet made to Eastern Mediterranean affairs. 2 full legions formed the core of the invasion force, supported by an equal number of allied Italian troops and substantial cavalry contingents drawn from Rome's most reliable military partners. The total strength approached 25,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry, numbers that exceeded the forces deployed during the First Macedonian War by a substantial margin. More significantly, these troops represented the battle-hardened veterans of the Carthaginian conflict, soldiers whose experience in large-scale warfare far exceeded that of any contemporary Greek forces. The Roman fleet assigned to support land operations included over 100 warships of various classes, from massive quinqueremes capable of dominating major naval engagements to swift Liburnian galleys designed for coastal reconnaissance and amphibious operations. Roman naval commanders had learned valuable lessons from their earlier Mediterranean campaigns, developing tactics specifically adapted to the challenging conditions of Aegean warfare. The fleet's composition reflected these lessons, emphasizing vessels capable of operating effectively in the confined waters between Greek islands, while maintaining the heavy firepower necessary for major fleet actions. Command of this formidable force was entrusted to Titus Quinctius Flamininus, whose appointment represented a departure from traditional Roman military leadership patterns. At 30 years of age, Flamininus was younger than most consular commanders, but his selection reflected the Senate's recognition that operations in the Greek world required not merely military competence, but also sophisticated understanding of Hellenistic political dynamics. Flamininus had spent considerable time studying Greek culture and language, capabilities that would prove crucial for managing the complex alliance relationships essential to Roman success. Flamininus possessed a combination of military acumen and diplomatic sophistication that made him uniquely qualified for the challenges of Greek warfare. His military training emphasized the tactical flexibility that had become the hallmark of Roman legionary combat, while his political education included extensive study of Greek political institutions and diplomatic practices. This preparation enabled Flamininus to operate effectively in the complex political environment of Hellenistic Greece, where military success required not merely defeating enemy armies, but also managing intricate networks of alliances and rivalries. The Roman strategic approach to the Macedonian conflict reflected lessons learned during the First Macedonian War about the importance of building broad coalitions among Greek states. Rather than attempting to confront Macedonia with purely Roman forces, Flamininus implemented a comprehensive diplomatic strategy designed to isolate Philip while maximizing the military resources available for anti-Macedonian operations. This approach required careful attention to the specific concerns and interests of potential Greek allies, many of whom had complex historical relationships with both Macedonia and each other. The Aetolian League, Rome's primary ally during the previous Macedonian conflict, initially proved reluctant to resume hostilities against Philip. Aetolian leaders had suffered significant losses during the earlier war and questioned whether Roman commitment to Greek affairs would prove more reliable than it had previously. The League's hesitation reflected broader Greek skepticism about Roman intentions and concerns that renewed warfare would primarily benefit Romain rather than Greek interests. Flamininus recognized that overcoming these concerns required demonstrating both Roman military effectiveness and genuine commitment to Greek political autonomy. The Roman commander's diplomatic initiatives among Greek states revealed sophisticated understanding of the political dynamics that had traditionally governed inter-Greek relations. Rather than simply offering military protection in exchange for alliance, Flamininus presented detailed proposals for post-war political arrangements that addressed the specific concerns of individual Greek communities. These negotiations required extensive knowledge of local political traditions and territorial disputes, information that Flamininus had acquired through careful study and consultation with Greek advisors familiar with regional conditions. The siege of Abydos provided Philip with an opportunity to demonstrate Macedonian military capabilities before the arrival of substantial Roman forces. The city's strategic position controlling access to the Hellespont made it a crucial objective for any power seeking to dominate eastern Mediterranean trade routes. Philip's forces employed sophisticated siege techniques, including the construction of elaborate earthworks and the deployment of torsion artillery capable of breaching the city's formidable walls. The siege also revealed Philip's understanding of psychological warfare, as Macedonian forces systematically devastated the surrounding countryside to demonstrate the consequences of resistance. The defenders of Abydos, primarily Greek citizens supported by Pergamene reinforcements, conducted a defence that became legendary throughout the Greek world for its determination and sacrifice. The city's population, recognizing that surrender would likely result in enslavement or massacre, chose to continue resistance even when the military situation became hopeless. The final assault on the city revealed both the effectiveness of Macedonian siege methods and the desperate courage that Greek resistance could inspire when faced with existential threats. Philip's treatment of captured Abydos demonstrated the harsh realities of Hellenistic warfare and the consequences of opposing Macedonian expansion. The surviving population was sold into slavery, while the city's fortifications were systematically demolished to prevent future use as a base for anti-Macedonian operations. This brutal conclusion to the siege served Philip's strategic objectives by discouraging resistance from other cities, but it also provided Roman propaganda with powerful examples of Macedonian tyranny that could be used to justify intervention and encourage Greek support for Roman operations. The arrival of Roman forces in Greek waters fundamentally altered the strategic balance throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Roman naval superiority, established through systematic operations against Macedonian coastal positions, enabled Flamininus to project military power throughout the Aegean, while simultaneously protecting the supply lines essential for sustained operations far from Italian bases. The Roman fleet's capacity for rapid movement between widely separated theatres allowed coordinated operations that stretched Macedonian resources beyond their capacity for effective response. Roman amphibious capabilities, refined through years of Mediterranean warfare, proved particularly effective against Macedonian coastal defences. Roman forces could establish secure beachheads at virtually any point along the Greek coastline, forcing Philip to defend enormous stretches of territory with limited resources. These operations demonstrated Roman tactical innovations that combined traditional legionary combat methods with specialised techniques developed for island and coastal warfare. The coordination required for successful amphibious operations exceeded anything previously seen in Greek military practice, reflecting the professional competence that Roman commanders had developed through extensive campaign experience. The Battle of Autolobus marked the first major land engagement between Roman and Macedonian forces during the Second Macedonian War, providing both armies with opportunities to assess their opponents' capabilities and tactical methods. The engagement began when Roman reconnaissance forces encountered a substantial Macedonian army while conducting operations in the mountainous terrain of northern Greece. The battle's outcome would influence strategic planning for both sides throughout the remainder of the campaign. Roman tactical deployment at Autolobus demonstrated the flexibility that had become characteristic of legionary combat methods. Flamininus positioned his forces to take advantage of the broken terrain that limited the effectiveness of Macedonian phalanx formations, while maximising opportunities for the individual initiative that Roman training emphasised. The Roman battle line consisted of 3 distinct echelons, each capable of independent action while maintaining coordination with adjacent units. This formation allowed Roman commanders to respond rapidly to changing battlefield conditions while maintaining sufficient reserves for exploitation of tactical opportunities. The Macedonian army at Autolobus retained the fundamental characteristics that had made Philip's forces effective in previous campaigns. The phalanx formation, armed with sarissas extending up to 18 feet in length, created a virtually impenetrable barrier when properly deployed on suitable terrain. Supporting the phalanx were units of hypaspists, elite infantry trained for both conventional phalanx combat and more flexible tactical roles. Macedonian cavalry, while less numerous than in Alexander's time, remained a formidable force capable of decisive action when properly coordinated with infantry operations. The initial phases of the battle revealed both the strengths and limitations of traditional Macedonian tactical methods when confronted by Roman legionary flexibility. The Macedonian phalanx advanced in perfect formation, its sarissa points creating a hedge of steel that seemed capable of overwhelming any opposition. However, the broken terrain prevented the phalanx from maintaining the tight formations essential for maximum effectiveness, creating gaps that Roman manipular tactics were specifically designed to exploit. Roman maniples, operating as semi-independent tactical units, infiltrated the spaces between Macedonian phalanx blocks while maintaining coordination with adjacent Roman formations. This tactical approach allowed Roman soldiers to engage Macedonian phalangites from angles where the long sarissas became liabilities rather than advantages. The Roman short swords and large shields proved ideal for close quarters combat in the confined spaces created by broken terrain, while Macedonian equipment designed for formal battle lines became unwieldy and ineffective. The battle's climax demonstrated the decisive advantages that Roman tactical flexibility provided over rigid phalanx formations. As Macedonian units became increasingly disordered by the difficult terrain and Roman infiltration tactics, their capacity for coordinated resistance collapsed. Individual phalanx blocks found themselves isolated and surrounded, unable to provide mutual support or execute the coordinated maneuvers essential for phalanx effectiveness. The Roman victory at Autolobus was complete, with Macedonian casualties far exceeding Roman losses, while substantial numbers of Philip's best troops were captured or dispersed. The strategic implications of Autolobus extended far beyond the immediate tactical results. Greek observers throughout the eastern Mediterranean recognized that Roman military methods had proven decisively superior to traditional Macedonian tactics under conditions that favoured neither side particularly. This demonstration of Roman tactical superiority encouraged wavering Greek states to join the Roman alliance, while simultaneously undermining confidence in Macedonian military invincibility that had sustained Philip's expansion for years. Philip's response to the defeat at Autolobus revealed both his strategic acumen and the limitations of his position. The Macedonian king recognized that continued reliance on traditional phalanx tactics would likely result in additional defeats, but his military system lacked the flexibility necessary for rapid adaptation to Roman methods. Philip's attempts to modify Macedonian tactical procedures achieved limited success, as his soldiers lacked the individual training and initiative that made Roman manipular tactics effective. The Roman alliance system expanded significantly following the victory at Autolobus, as Greek states throughout the region recognized that Roman military superiority made alliance with Rome the most practical means of ensuring security. The Achaean League, previously neutral in the Roman-Macedonian conflict, formally joined the Roman coalition after extensive negotiations that addressed Achaean concerns about post-war political arrangements. This alliance provided Rome with access to the military resources of the Peloponnese, while simultaneously denying these resources to Macedonia. Flamininus's diplomatic management of the expanding Roman alliance demonstrated sophisticated understanding of Greek political psychology and the importance of respecting local traditions and autonomy. Rather than imposing uniform alliance terms on all Greek partners, the Roman commander negotiated individual agreements that reflected the specific circumstances and concerns of each allied state. This approach required extensive knowledge of local political conditions and historical relationships, but it produced a coalition that remained stable throughout the remainder of the war. The siege of Elatea provided Philip with an opportunity to demonstrate that Macedonian forces remained formidable opponents when operating under favourable conditions. The city's strategic position controlling access to central Greece made it a crucial objective for both sides, while its strong fortifications and determined garrison promised a lengthy and costly siege operation. Philip's conduct of the siege revealed his continued mastery of traditional siege warfare techniques, while also demonstrating the limitations these methods faced when confronted by Roman engineering capabilities. Macedonian siege operations at Elatea employed the full range of techniques that had made Philip's forces effective in previous campaigns. Macedonian engineers constructed elaborate earthworks designed to bring siege engines within effective range of the city's walls, while torsion artillery provided continuous bombardment intended to breach defensive positions. The siege also demonstrated Macedonian understanding of logistics, as Philip's forces maintained adequate supplies despite operating in hostile territory far from their primary bases. The Roman relief of Elatea showcased the tactical innovations that Flamininus had developed for operations in the mountainous terrain of central Greece. Roman forces approached the besieged city through difficult mountain passes that Macedonian scouts had deemed impassable for large military formations. This approach required careful coordination between infantry and engineering units, as Roman soldiers had to construct temporary bridges and roadways while maintaining defensive formations against potential Macedonian attacks. The battle for Elatea's relief demonstrated Roman tactical superiority in mountain warfare, an environment where traditional phalanx formations faced severe disadvantages. Roman manipular organisation allowed individual units to operate effectively on broken terrain, while maintaining communication and coordination with adjacent formations. The Romans' emphasis on individual soldier initiative proved particularly valuable in mountain combat, where rapid adaptation to changing conditions often determined tactical success or failure. Philip's withdrawal from Elatea marked a turning point in the Second Macedonian War, as the Macedonian king recognised that his forces could no longer compete effectively with Roman armies in conventional engagements. The strategic initiative passed definitively to Rome, forcing Philip into a defensive posture that limited his options for recovering the territories and prestige lost during the campaign's early phases. This shift in strategic momentum encouraged additional Greek states to join the Roman alliance, while simultaneously undermining morale within Philip's remaining forces. The approach to the decisive Battle of Cynocephali began with extensive manoeuvring as both armies sought advantageous positions for the coming engagement. Philip recognised that his military situation was becoming desperate, with Roman forces controlling most of central Greece while his own army faced increasing supply difficulties. The Macedonian king needed a decisive victory to restore his strategic position, but he also understood that defeat would likely end Macedonian resistance and leave his kingdom at Roman mercy. Flamininus approached the coming battle with confidence based on his army's previous successes and superior tactical flexibility. The Roman commander had carefully studied Macedonian tactical methods and believed he understood how to exploit their weaknesses while maximizing Roman advantages. However, Flamininus also recognized that Philip remained a formidable opponent whose desperation might lead to tactical innovations that could surprise Roman forces unprepared for unexpected Macedonian approaches. The terrain around Cynocephali, characterized by rolling hills and broken ground, favoured Roman tactical methods over traditional Macedonian phalanx formations. The irregular landscape prevented the tight formations essential for phalanx effectiveness, while providing numerous opportunities for the infiltration tactics that Roman manipular organisation made possible. Both commanders understood these terrain advantages, but Philip had little choice except to accept battle under unfavourable conditions, given his deteriorating strategic position. The Battle of Cynocephali commenced in the early morning hours with cavalry skirmishes as both armies deployed for the main engagement. Macedonian cavalry, supported by light infantry, initially achieved some success against Roman reconnaissance forces, encouraging Philip to believe that his army might overcome the tactical disadvantages imposed by the terrain. However, these preliminary successes proved misleading, as the main battle would be decided by the performance of heavy infantry formations, where Roman advantages were most pronounced. The Macedonian phalanx advanced across the broken ground with the discipline and precision that had made it famous throughout the Greek world. Despite the difficult terrain, Philip's phalangites maintained their formation while presenting a formidable array of sarissa points that seemed capable of overwhelming any opposition. The sight of the advancing phalanx, with its forest of 18-foot spears glinting in the morning sun, created a psychological impact that had broken enemy morale in countless previous battles. Roman legionaries met the Macedonian advance with the tactical flexibility that had become their trademark. Rather than attempting to match the phalanx's formal deployment, Roman manipular formations adapted to the terrain while seeking opportunities to exploit gaps in Macedonian lines. The Romans' training emphasized individual initiative and small unit coordination, capabilities that proved decisive when formal battle lines became disordered by difficult ground conditions. The battle's critical moment arrived when a portion of the Macedonian phalanx, advancing too rapidly over broken ground, became separated from adjacent formations. Roman manipular units immediately exploited this gap, infiltrating behind the isolated Macedonian bloc while maintaining pressure on its front. This tactical development demonstrated the decisive advantages of Roman flexibility over rigid phalanx formations when terrain prevented perfect coordination between adjacent units. The collapse of the separated Macedonian phalanx block created a cascade of tactical disasters throughout Philip's battle line. As Roman forces rolled up the Macedonian flank, adjacent phalanx formations found themselves attacked from unexpected directions, while their long sarissas became liabilities in close-quarters combat. The psychological impact of seeing elite phalanx units overwhelmed by Roman tactical superiority spread panic throughout the Macedonian army, leading to general collapse despite Philip's desperate attempts to rally his forces. The Roman victory at Cynocephalae was complete and decisive, with Macedonian casualties approaching 8,000 dead, while Roman losses numbered fewer than 1,000. More importantly, the battle demonstrated conclusively that Roman tactical methods were superior to traditional Greek military systems under virtually any conditions. The psychological impact of this demonstration extended throughout the Greek world, convincing remaining neutral states that accommodation with Rome offered better prospects than continued resistance. Philip's escape from the Cynocephalae battlefield with a small bodyguard marked the effective end of Macedonian resistance to Roman expansion. The king's army had been shattered beyond any possibility of rapid reconstruction, while his prestige throughout the Greek world had been irreparably damaged by the magnitude of his defeat. The strategic consequences of Cynocephalae extended far beyond the immediate military results, establishing Roman dominance over the eastern Mediterranean while eliminating Macedonia as a great power capable of challenging Roman interests. Flamininus's conduct following the victory at Cynocephalae demonstrated the diplomatic skills that made him uniquely effective in managing Greek political affairs. Rather than pursuing Philip's scattered forces with the intention of capturing or destroying the Macedonian king, the Roman commander immediately began negotiations designed to establish a permanent settlement that would serve Roman interests while respecting Greek sensibilities. This approach reflected Roman understanding that lasting control over Greek territories required political arrangements that commanded local support rather than mere military occupation. The terms ultimately imposed on Macedonia reflected both Roman strategic objectives and Flamininus's sophisticated understanding of Greek political dynamics. Philip retained his throne and control over Macedonia proper, but he was required to surrender all territories outside traditional Macedonian boundaries. The Macedonian fleet was reduced to 5 vessels, effectively eliminating Macedonia's capacity for naval operations, while Philip's army was limited to numbers sufficient only for defending Macedonia against barbarian incursions from the north. The financial indemnity imposed on Macedonia, totaling 1,000 talents payable over 10 years, served multiple Roman objectives. The payments would prevent Philip from accumulating the resources necessary for military reconstruction, while simultaneously providing Rome with substantial revenues for financing future eastern Mediterranean operations. The indemnity structure, with larger payments required in early years, ensured that Macedonia would remain financially constrained during the period when Philip might otherwise attempt to rebuild his military capabilities. The aftermath of Cynocephalae created a unique opportunity for Roman diplomacy to demonstrate principles that would fundamentally reshape Greek perceptions of Roman rule. Flamininus understood that the manner in which Rome treated its defeated enemies and liberated allies would establish precedents affecting all future Roman relationships in the eastern Mediterranean. The Roman commander's approach reflected both pragmatic political calculations and a genuine appreciation for Greek cultural achievements that distinguished Roman policy from the crude exploitation typically associated with military conquest. The most dramatic manifestation of this new Roman approach came at the Isthmian Games of 196 BC, where Flamininus orchestrated one of the most politically significant announcements in ancient Mediterranean history. The Games, held every 2 years at Corinth in honour of Poseidon, traditionally attracted representatives from throughout the Greek world, making them an ideal venue for proclamations intended to reach the broadest possible Greek audience. The festival's religious significance and cultural prestige ensured that any major announcement made during the Games would carry weight far beyond its immediate political implications. Flamininus's preparations for the Isthmian proclamation revealed meticulous attention to both symbolic details and practical considerations. The Roman commander had spent months consulting with Greek advisors about appropriate protocols and ceremonial procedures, recognizing that cultural sensitivity would be crucial for the announcement's reception. Roman heralds practiced their Greek pronunciation under the guidance of native speakers, while the proclamation's text underwent multiple revisions to ensure that its language conveyed precisely the intended meaning, without ambiguity or unintended offence. The physical setting for the proclamation was carefully orchestrated to maximize both its immediate impact and its symbolic significance. The announcement took place in the stadium where athletic competitions normally occurred, with temporary platforms constructed to accommodate the large crowds expected for such an unprecedented event. Roman officials wore togas rather than military uniforms, emphasizing the civilian and diplomatic nature of the proceedings, rather than Rome's military dominance. Greek religious ceremonies preceded the political announcement, demonstrating Roman respect for traditional Hellenic customs and divine authority. When Flamininus rose to address the assembled crowd, the stadium fell into complete silence as thousands of Greeks strained to hear words that would determine their political future. The Roman commander's opening phrases followed traditional Greek diplomatic formulas, acknowledging the god's favour and expressing respect for the assembled representatives of Hellenic civilization. This approach immediately established a tone of mutual respect rather than victor's arrogance, setting the stage for the remarkable announcement that followed. The proclamation itself was brief but comprehensive in its implications. The Roman Senate and Titus Quinctius Flamininus, proconsul, having conquered King Philip and the Macedonians, declare free without garrison, without tribute, governed by their ancestral laws, the Corinthians, Phocians, Locrians, Euboeans, Theoticaceans, Magnesians, Thessalians, and Perebians. The careful enumeration of specific peoples and territories demonstrated Roman attention to local political sensitivities, while the explicit guarantees regarding garrisons, tribute, and traditional governance addressed the primary concerns that had historically made Greeks suspicious of foreign protection. The immediate reaction to Flamininus's proclamation exceeded even Roman expectations for its emotional intensity and political significance. The assembled crowd erupted in sustained cheering that reportedly continued for so long that birds flying overhead fell stunned by the noise. Greeks embraced Roman officials and each other in scenes of jubilation that reflected both relief at their liberation from Macedonian domination and amazement at Roman magnanimity. Many observers later described the moment as the most joyful in Greek history since the victories over Persian invasion 2.5 centuries earlier. The political implications of the proclamation extended far beyond its immediate emotional impact. Flamininus had effectively announced that Rome intended to withdraw from direct involvement in Greek internal affairs while maintaining ultimate responsibility for preventing the emergence of any power capable of threatening Greek independence. This approach represented a sophisticated compromise between Roman security interests and Greek desires for autonomy, creating a framework that could accommodate both parties' fundamental concerns while avoiding the administrative burdens of direct rule. However, the reality behind Roman liberation proved considerably more complex than the proclamation's straightforward language suggested. While Rome indeed refrained from installing permanent garrisons or imposing regular tribute payments, Roman influence permeated Greek political life through subtler but equally effective mechanisms. Roman diplomatic representatives maintained regular contact with Greek political leaders, offering advice and expressing preferences that carried the implicit weight of Roman military power. Greek cities found themselves consulting Roman officials on major policy decisions, not from legal obligation but from practical recognition that Roman approval facilitated successful implementation of local initiatives. The establishment of Roman clientage relationships throughout Greece created networks of personal loyalty that proved more durable and effective than formal imperial administration. Prominent Greeks who had supported Roman operations during the Macedonian Wars received recognition and preferential treatment that enhanced their positions within their home communities. These individuals naturally advocated policies that aligned with Roman interests, creating indigenous support for Roman preferences without requiring direct Roman intervention in local political processes. Roman control over key strategic positions provided additional mechanisms for maintaining influence without obvious domination. While Rome avoided permanent garrisons in major Greek cities, Roman forces retained control of crucial fortifications like Acrocorinth, Chalcis, and Demetrius. These positions, euphemistically described as temporary security measures, gave Rome the capacity to intervene rapidly in Greek affairs whenever circumstances required. The psychological impact of knowing that Roman troops could appear quickly anywhere in Greece proved as effective as permanent occupation for discouraging anti-Roman activities. The economic dimensions of Roman liberation created dependencies that reinforced political relationships established through diplomatic channels. Roman merchants gained preferential access to Greek markets, while Greek commercial activities increasingly required Roman approval for operations in territories under Roman influence. The indemnities imposed on Macedonia and other defeated enemies provided Rome with substantial financial resources that could be used to reward cooperative Greek states while punishing those that proved troublesome. These economic relationships created vested interests in maintaining good relations with Rome that extended throughout Greek commercial networks. Greek reactions to Roman liberation reveal the complex calculations that characterized Hellenic political thinking during this transitional period. Cities that had suffered most severely under Macedonian domination, particularly those that had experienced direct military occupation or economic exploitation, genuinely welcomed Roman intervention as restoration of their traditional freedoms. The removal of Macedonian garrisons and the restoration of local political institutions represented tangible improvements in their daily lives that generated authentic gratitude towards Roman liberators. More sophisticated Greek observers recognized that Roman liberation represented a fundamental transformation in Mediterranean power relationships rather than simple restoration of previous conditions. These analysts understood that Greek independence now existed within a framework of Roman hegemony that limited the scope of truly autonomous action while providing security against external threats. The practical implications of this arrangement remained unclear, but perceptive Greeks realized that their political future would be determined largely by Roman strategic considerations rather than purely Greek interests. The responses of different Greek political factions reflected varying assessments of Roman intentions and capabilities. Democratic elements within many cities welcomed Roman liberation as an opportunity to restore popular government after years of oligarchic rule imposed or supported by Macedonia. These groups viewed Roman protection as essential for preventing the return of pro-Macedonian aristocrats who might attempt to regain power through alliance with external enemies. Their support for Roman policies reflected both ideological preferences and practical calculations about maintaining their political positions. Aristocratic factions that had previously collaborated with Macedonia faced more difficult adjustments to the new political environment. While some aristocrats had supported Rome during the recent war, others found themselves suspected of continued loyalty to Philip or other anti-Roman forces. These individuals needed to demonstrate their commitment to the new order through conspicuous support for Roman initiatives, often adopting more pro-Roman positions than their personal preferences might have dictated. The necessity of proving their loyalty created additional sources of indigenous support for Roman policies. The federal leagues faced particular challenges in adapting to Roman liberation, as their traditional roles as counterweights to Macedonian power became less relevant in the new strategic environment. The Aetolian League, Rome's primary ally during the Macedonian Wars, expected substantial territorial rewards for their support, but found Roman generosity more limited than they had anticipated. Aetolian disappointment with Roman territorial settlements created tensions that would influence future Greek-Roman relations, demonstrating that even Rome's closest allies harboured reservations about Roman dominance. The Achaean League's evolution under Roman protection illustrated both the opportunities and limitations that liberation created for Greek federal institutions. The League maintained its internal organisation and continued to play important roles in Peloponnesian politics, but its external policies required careful coordination with Roman preferences. Achaean leaders learned to frame their initiatives in terms of broader Greek interests, while ensuring that their proposals aligned with Roman strategic objectives. This approach allowed the League to maintain significant autonomy while avoiding conflicts that might have provoked Roman intervention. Individual Greek cities developed various strategies for maximizing their benefits from Roman protection while minimizing constraints on their traditional autonomy. Some communities emphasized their historical contributions to Greek culture and their continued importance as centers of learning and artistic achievement. These appeals to Roman appreciation for Greek intellectual accomplishments often proved effective, as many Roman leaders genuinely admired Greek cultural achievements and wished to be seen as protectors rather than destroyers of Hellenic civilization. Other cities stressed their strategic value as commercial centers or military bases, arguing that their prosperity and security served Roman interests as well as their own. This approach required careful analysis of Roman strategic priorities and skillful presentation of local interests as components of broader Roman objectives. Cities that successfully employed this strategy often received preferential treatment in territorial disputes or commercial arrangements, demonstrating that Roman liberation could provide genuine advantages for communities that understood how to work within the new system. The Roman evacuation of Greece in 194 BC represented the most visible demonstration of Roman commitment to the principles announced at the Isthmian Games. Flamininus's withdrawal of Roman legions from Greek territories fulfilled the explicit promises made in the Liberation Proclamation, while simultaneously testing whether the political arrangements established during the occupation could maintain stability without direct Roman military presence. The evacuation's success or failure would determine whether Roman liberation represented a genuine alternative to traditional imperial domination or merely a more sophisticated form of control. The practical arrangements for Roman withdrawal required extensive coordination between Roman officials and Greek authorities to ensure smooth transitions of administrative responsibility. Roman commanders transferred control of strategic positions to carefully selected Greek officials whose loyalty and competence had been demonstrated during the occupation period. These individuals received detailed instructions about maintaining security arrangements and communication procedures that would allow rapid Roman response to any serious threats to Greek independence. Roman intelligence networks established during the occupation continued operating after the military withdrawal, providing Rome with detailed information about political developments throughout Greece. These networks included both formal diplomatic channels and informal relationships with Greek leaders who maintained regular correspondence with Roman officials. The intelligence gathered through these sources allowed Rome to monitor potential threats to Greek stability, while identifying opportunities for advancing Roman interests through diplomatic rather than military means. The financial arrangements accompanying Roman withdrawal created additional mechanisms for maintaining Roman influence without permanent military presence. Roman loans and commercial agreements provided Greek cities with resources for reconstruction and development, while creating economic relationships that reinforced political dependencies. Greek communities that received Roman financial support found themselves naturally inclined to consult Roman officials about major policy decisions, recognizing that Roman approval facilitated access to additional resources when needed. The success of Roman evacuation in maintaining Greek stability while preserving Roman influence demonstrated the effectiveness of the political system that Flamininus had created. Greek cities continued to govern themselves according to traditional institutions and practices, but their external policies reflected careful attention to Roman preferences and strategic objectives. This arrangement satisfied Greek desires for autonomy while serving Roman security interests, creating a framework that would influence Roman imperial policy throughout the Mediterranean world for generations to come. The Roman withdrawal from Greece in 194 BC created a power vacuum that Antiochus III of the Seleucid Empire viewed as an unprecedented opportunity to restore his dynasty's ancient claims to dominance over the eastern Mediterranean. The Great King, as he styled himself in emulation of his Persian predecessors, had spent the previous decade consolidating Seleucid power across Asia Minor and establishing his reputation as the most formidable military commander of his generation. His successful campaigns against Parthian rebels, Egyptian garrisons, and various Anatolian kingdoms had demonstrated both his personal capabilities and the continued effectiveness of Hellenistic military methods when properly applied. The apparent Roman abandonment of Greek affairs suggested that the moment had arrived for a decisive reassertion of Seleucid authority over territories that had once acknowledged Seleucid suzerainty. Antiochus's strategic calculations were influenced by intelligence reports suggesting widespread Greek dissatisfaction with the political arrangements established following Roman victory over Macedonia. Seleucid agents operating throughout Greece reported growing tensions between different Greek factions, particularly regarding territorial settlements that had failed to satisfy various competing claims. The Aetolian League, Rome's primary ally during the Macedonian Wars, had received far fewer territorial rewards than their leaders had expected, creating resentment that Seleucid diplomats believed could be exploited to build anti-Roman coalitions. Similar discontent existed among various Greek cities that had supported Rome, but found themselves subordinated to federal leagues or rival communities in post-war political arrangements. The Aetolian leadership's receptiveness to Seleucid overtures reflected both their disappointment with Roman territorial settlements and their traditional opportunism in seeking external allies against stronger Greek powers. Aetolian representatives had travelled to Antiochus's court in Antioch during 193 BC, ostensibly as part of routine diplomatic exchanges, but actually to explore possibilities for military cooperation against Roman influence in Greece. These negotiations reveal that Aetolian leaders retained substantial military capabilities and intimate knowledge of Greek political dynamics that could prove invaluable for any power seeking to challenge Roman hegemony in the region. The Aetolian military establishment, while reduced from its peak strength during the Macedonian Wars, remained a formidable force capable of rapid mobilization and effective operations in the mountainous terrain of central Greece. Aetolian forces specialized in irregular warfare tactics that had proven highly effective against conventional armies, including the hit-and-run attacks and mountain ambushes that had frustrated Macedonian operations for decades. Their intimate familiarity with Greek geography and political conditions made them ideal partners for any external power lacking detailed knowledge of local circumstances. Antiochus's decision to accept Aetolian alliance proposals reflected his assessment that Greek military support would be essential for successful operations against potential Roman intervention. The Great King understood that his primary military advantages lay in the professional armies and siege capabilities that Seleucid resources could provide, but he recognized that effective operations in Greece would require local knowledge and indigenous support that only Greek allies could supply. The combination of Seleucid military power and Aetolian tactical expertise promised to create a formidable coalition capable of challenging Roman dominance throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The formal alliance concluded between Antiochus and the Aetolian League in 192 BC established the framework for coordinated military operations designed to expel Roman influence from Greek affairs permanently. The treaty specified that Seleucid forces would provide the heavy infantry and siege equipment necessary for major campaigns, while Aetolian forces would contribute specialised troops adapted to Greek terrain and political conditions. Territorial arrangements following successful operations would restore Aetolian control over central Greece, while establishing Seleucid authority over strategic coastal positions and commercial centres. The military preparations undertaken by both parties revealed the scope of their ambitions and the resources they were prepared to commit to anti-Roman operations. Antiochus assembled a substantial expeditionary force at Ephesus, including elite units drawn from throughout the Seleucid Empire and equipped with the most advanced weapons available to Hellenistic armies. The force included traditional Macedonian phalanx formations armed with sarissas, but also incorporated innovations developed through decades of warfare against diverse enemies across Asia. Seleucid cavalry units represented some of the finest mounted troops in the Mediterranean world, while the famous War Elephant Corps provided both tactical capabilities and psychological impact that no contemporary enemy could match. The Seleucid fleet assembled for Greek operations included over 100 warships of various classes, from massive flagship vessels carrying elaborate siege equipment to swift scout ships designed for reconnaissance and communication duties. Seleucid naval capabilities had been developed through extensive experience in Eastern Mediterranean warfare, including conflicts with Ptolemaic Egypt and various independent maritime powers. The fleet's composition reflected lessons learned from these campaigns, emphasizing vessels capable of both major fleet engagements and the amphibious operations essential for establishing secure bases in hostile territory. Aetolian military preparations focused on mobilizing the Federal League's traditional strengths, while adapting to the requirements of coordinated operations with Seleucid forces. Aetolian commanders assembled substantial forces of light infantry and cavalry, troops whose training emphasized individual initiative and tactical flexibility, rather than the rigid formations favoured by conventional Hellenistic armies. These forces were particularly effective in the broken terrain of central Greece, where their mobility and local knowledge provided decisive advantages over enemies unfamiliar with regional conditions. The initial phase of Antiochus's Greek campaign achieved remarkable success through careful coordination between Seleucid and Aetolian forces. The Great King's landing at Demetriad in October 192 BC caught Roman allies throughout Greece unprepared for the speed and scale of Seleucid intervention. The port city's strategic position, controlling access to the Pagasetic Gulf, provided an ideal base for subsequent operations, while its capture demonstrated Seleucid capabilities to Greek observers who had questioned whether Asian armies could operate effectively in European conditions. The Seleucid army that disembarked at Demetrius represented one of the most formidable military forces assembled in the Eastern Mediterranean during the Hellenistic period. The core of Antiochus's infantry consisted of approximately 16,000 phalangites, organised in traditional Macedonian formations, but equipped with improved armour and weapons developed through Seleucid military innovations. These troops had gained extensive combat experience during Antiochus's Asian campaigns, developing the professional competence and unit cohesion that distinguished veteran formations from hastily assembled levies. Supporting the phalanx were specialised units that reflected the diverse military traditions of the Seleucid Empire. Thracian peltasts provided light infantry capabilities essential for operations in broken terrain, while Cretan archers supplied the missile support necessary for siege operations and conventional battles. The army's cavalry component included both traditional Greek heavy cavalry and specialised units recruited from various Asian peoples renowned for their horsemanship. Most spectacular were the war elephants, massive animals whose presence on Greek battlefields created psychological effects that contemporary observers described as overwhelming. The siege equipment accompanying Antiochus's expedition demonstrated Seleucid mastery of the most advanced military engineering techniques available in the ancient world. Seleucid engineers had developed improved designs for torsion artillery, creating catapults and ballistas capable of breaching fortifications that had previously been considered impregnable. The expedition included prefabricated siege towers that could be rapidly assembled at target locations, while specialized bridging equipment enabled river crossings and amphibious operations that expanded tactical options for campaign planning. Greek reactions to Antiochus's arrival revealed the complex political calculations that had developed during the brief period of Roman withdrawal. Cities that had chafed under post-war political arrangements saw Seleucid intervention as an opportunity to improve their positions, while communities that had benefited from Roman protection recognized that their advantages might disappear if anti-Roman forces achieved success. The resulting political fragmentation created opportunities for both sides to build support, but it also ensured that any military campaign would involve complex negotiations with multiple Greek factions whose loyalties remained uncertain. The speed with which news of Antiochus's landing reached Rome demonstrated the effectiveness of the intelligence networks that Roman officials had established throughout Greece during their recent occupation. Roman merchants, diplomatic representatives, and informal contacts provided detailed reports about Seleucid military capabilities and political activities, enabling Roman decision-makers to assess the threat's magnitude and develop appropriate responses. These intelligence sources also revealed the extent of Greek support for Seleucid operations, information that proved crucial for Roman strategic planning. The Roman Senate's response to reports of Seleucid intervention reflected both confidence in Roman military capabilities and recognition that the Eastern Mediterranean situation required immediate attention. The senators understood that successful Seleucid operations in Greece would undermine Roman credibility throughout the region, while potentially encouraging other enemies to challenge Roman authority. The decision to authorize substantial military forces for renewed Greek operations demonstrated Roman determination to maintain their dominant position regardless of the costs involved. The Roman expeditionary force assembled for operations against Antiochus represented the largest commitment of Roman military resources to Eastern Mediterranean affairs in the Republic's history. 2 full legions formed the core of the invasion force, supported by an equal number of allied Italian troops and substantial auxiliary units contributed by Greek allies who'd remained loyal to Rome. The total strength exceeded 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, numbers that reflected both the seriousness of the Seleucid threat and Roman confidence in their ability to project military power across vast distances. Command of this formidable force was entrusted to Manius Acilius Glabrio, a consul whose military experience included successful campaigns in both Italy and Sicily. Glabrio's appointment reflected the Senate's assessment that operations against Antiochus would require conventional military skills rather than the diplomatic sophistication that had made Flamininus effective in earlier Greek campaigns. The new commander's instructions emphasized rapid, decisive action designed to expel Seleucid forces from Greece before they could consolidate their position or attract additional Greek allies. Roman naval preparations for the Seleucid War demonstrated the Republic's growing mastery of Mediterranean maritime warfare. The Roman fleet assigned to Greek operations included over 150 warships of various classes, supported by substantial numbers of transport vessels capable of maintaining supply lines across the Eastern Mediterranean. Roman naval commanders had gained valuable experience during previous Eastern campaigns, developing tactics specifically adapted to the challenging conditions of Aegean warfare while maintaining the aggressive ramming techniques that had proven effective against Carthaginian and other Mediterranean fleets. The strategic approach adopted by Roman planners reflected lessons learned during previous Eastern Mediterranean campaigns about the importance of coordinating land and naval operations while maintaining secure supply lines. Roman forces would establish primary bases on islands and coastal positions that could be defended against Seleucid attacks while providing platforms for offensive operations against enemy territories. This approach required careful coordination between army and fleet commanders, but it promised to maximize Roman advantages in logistics and tactical flexibility, while minimizing vulnerabilities that enemies might exploit. Antiochus's initial operations in Greece achieved significant tactical successes that demonstrated both Seleucid military capabilities and the continued effectiveness of traditional Hellenistic warfare methods when properly applied. The capture of Chalcis provided the Great King with a strategic base, controlling access to Euboea, while his occupation of various Thessalian cities extended Seleucid influence throughout northern Greece. These successes encouraged additional Greek communities to join the anti-Roman coalition, creating momentum that Seleucid commanders hoped to exploit through rapid expansion of their territorial control. The Siege of Larissa illustrated Antiochus's mastery of conventional siege warfare and the technological advantages that Seleucid military engineering provided over typical Greek defensive capabilities. Seleucid forces employed massive siege towers that overtopped the city's walls, while their artillery bombardment created breaches that made the position untenable for its defenders. The city's surrender after only brief resistance demonstrated the psychological impact of Seleucid siege capabilities and encouraged other communities to submit rather than face similar treatment. However, the limited scope of Greek support for Seleucid operations revealed fundamental weaknesses in Antiochus's strategic position that would ultimately prove decisive. Many Greek cities that had initially welcomed Seleucid intervention began reconsidering their positions as the implications of Asian domination became apparent. Seleucid occupation policies, while not deliberately oppressive, reflected administrative practices developed for governing Asian populations that proved poorly adapted to Greek political traditions and expectations. The cultural differences between Seleucid officials and Greek citizens created tensions that undermined the popular support essential for successful long-term occupation. The arrival of Roman forces in Greek waters during early 191 BC fundamentally altered the strategic balance and forced Antiochus to confront the reality that his expedition faced opponents whose military capabilities exceeded those of any enemy he had previously encountered. Roman naval superiority, established through systematic operations against Seleucid coastal positions, enabled Roman commanders to threaten Seleucid supply lines while supporting their own operations with secure logistics networks. The psychological impact of Roman naval dominance extended throughout Greece, encouraging wavering communities to reconsider their allegiances while undermining confidence in Seleucid military invincibility. The Roman advance toward Thermopylae created the strategic situation that would determine the campaign's outcome. Antiochus recognized that the famous mountain pass offered his best opportunity to exploit terrain advantages while negating Roman superiority in conventional battlefield tactics. The narrow confines of Thermopylae would prevent Roman manipular formations from employing their characteristic flexibility, while the defensive advantages of the position might enable Seleucid forces to inflict casualties sufficient to discourage further Roman operations in Greece. Antiochus's decision to fortify Thermopylae reflected both sound strategic reasoning and awareness of the position's historical significance for Greek resistance against Asian invasion. The Great King understood that successful defense of the pass would resonate throughout the Greek world as evidence that Asian military power could successfully resist Roman aggression. Seleucid engineers constructed elaborate defensive works that incorporated lessons learned from centuries of siege warfare, creating positions that maximize the natural advantages of the terrain, while providing platforms for the artillery bombardment essential for breaking up enemy assault formations. The Battle of Thermopylae commenced at dawn on April 24th, 191 BC, when Roman forces launched coordinated attacks against Seleucid positions from multiple directions. Glabrio's tactical plan exploited Roman advantages in individual soldier training and small unit coordination, while minimizing the impact of Seleucid superiority in conventional heavy infantry combat. Roman manipular formations advanced in carefully coordinated waves designed to maintain pressure on Seleucid defenders, while creating opportunities for exploitation of tactical developments. The initial Roman assault demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of traditional Roman tactical methods when confronted by well-prepared defensive positions. Roman legionaries advanced with characteristic discipline and determination, their large shields providing protection against Seleucid missile fire, while their short swords remained ready for close-quarters combat. However, the narrow confines of the pass prevented the deployment of sufficient numbers to achieve decisive local superiority, while Seleucid defensive works channeled Roman attacks into killing zones where concentrated fire could inflict maximum casualties. Seleucid defensive tactics at Thermopylae revealed Antiochus's understanding of both his force's capabilities and the specific challenges posed by Roman tactical methods. The Great King positioned his phalanx formations to take maximum advantage of the terrain's natural defensive features, while his artillery provided continuous bombardment designed to disrupt Roman assault formations before they could close to effective combat range. Seleucid cavalry, operating from positions behind the main defensive line, stood ready to exploit any breakthrough that might create opportunities for counterattack. The battle's decisive moment arrived when Roman forces, guided by local knowledge provided by Greek allies, discovered mountain paths that enabled flanking attacks against Seleucid positions. This tactical development replicated the strategic situation that had doomed Leonidas and his Spartans 3 centuries earlier, demonstrating that even the strongest defensive positions could be overcome through tactical innovation and superior intelligence. The Roman flanking force, consisting of experienced legionaries supported by Greek auxiliaries familiar with local terrain, achieved complete surprise against Seleucid defenders who had focused their attention on frontal attacks. The collapse of Seleucid resistance at Thermopylae was swift and complete once Roman forces appeared in their rear areas. Antiochus's carefully prepared defensive positions became death traps as Roman attacks from multiple directions prevented coordinated resistance or organized withdrawal. The psychological impact of seeing their impregnable position overrun spread panic throughout Seleucid ranks, leading to general collapse despite desperate attempts by Seleucid officers to rally their forces for continued resistance. Antiochus's personal escape from the Thermopylae disaster with a small bodyguard marked the effective end of Seleucid hopes for establishing permanent control over Greek territories. The Great King's army had been shattered beyond any possibility of rapid reconstruction, while his prestige throughout the Greek world had been irreparably damaged by the magnitude of his defeat. The strategic consequences of Thermopylae extended far beyond the immediate military results, demonstrating conclusively that Roman tactical superiority could overcome even the most favourable defensive positions when properly applied. The Roman victory at Thermopylae eliminated Seleucid military power in Europe while simultaneously discouraging any remaining Greek communities from supporting anti-Roman activities. Cities that had joined the Seleucid cause immediately began negotiating for Roman forgiveness, while neutral communities hastened to demonstrate their loyalty to Roman interests. The speed with which Greek political sentiment shifted following the battle revealed the pragmatic calculations that increasingly dominated Greek political thinking during this period. Roman pursuit operations following Thermopylae demonstrated both the thoroughness of Roman tactical methods and their understanding of the psychological dimensions of military victory. Rather than simply occupying abandoned Seleucid positions, Roman forces systematically hunted down scattered enemy units, while simultaneously negotiating with Greek communities seeking to change sides. This approach maximised the political benefits of military success, while ensuring that no substantial Seleucid forces remained capable of renewed resistance. The broader implications of the Syrian War's Greek phase extended far beyond the immediate territorial and political consequences. Roman victory over Antiochus demonstrated that no single Hellenistic power possessed the military capabilities necessary to challenge Roman dominance in the eastern Mediterranean. The ease with which Roman forces had overcome both Macedonian and Seleucid armies convinced Greek observers that accommodation with Rome offered better prospects than continued resistance, fundamentally altering the political dynamics that had governed eastern Mediterranean affairs for generations. The Treaty of Apamea, concluded in 188 BC following Roman victories in Asia Minor, established the framework for Seleucid-Roman relations that would persist for decades. The treaty's territorial provisions eliminated Seleucid influence west of the Taurus Mountains, effectively confining the empire to its Asian territories while acknowledging Roman hegemony throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The massive indemnity imposed on Antiochus, totaling 15,000 talents payable over 12 years, ensured that the Seleucid Empire would lack the financial resources necessary for renewed challenges to Roman authority. More significantly, the treaty's provisions regarding military limitations and diplomatic restrictions established precedents that would influence Roman imperial policy throughout the Mediterranean world. The Seleucid Empire was prohibited from maintaining naval forces in Mediterranean waters, while restrictions on military recruitment and alliance formation prevented the accumulation of power that might threaten Roman interests. These limitations transformed the Seleucid Empire from a great power capable of independent action into a client state whose policies required Roman approval. The long-term consequences of the Syrian War for Greek independence proved even more decisive than the immediate military results. The demonstration that external powers could not successfully challenge Roman authority eliminated the possibility that Greek states might play competing great powers against each other to maintain their autonomy. Roman hegemony became the fundamental reality of Eastern Mediterranean politics, forcing Greek communities to operate within frameworks established by Roman strategic considerations, rather than pursuing truly independent policies. The death of Philip in 179 BC marked the end of an era for Macedonia, but it did not signal the kingdom's final submission to Roman hegemony. His son Perseus, who ascended the throne amid the complex diplomatic landscape that had emerged following the Syrian War, possessed both the ambition of his Antigonid predecessors and a sophisticated understanding of the changed political realities that now governed Eastern Mediterranean affairs. Unlike his father's impulsive confrontations with Rome, Perseus approached the restoration of Macedonian power with methodical preparation and careful diplomatic manoeuvring that would ultimately prove far more threatening to Roman interests than Philip's earlier military adventures. Perseus inherited a kingdom that had been systematically weakened by decades of warfare and the punitive settlements imposed after Cynoscephaly. Macedonia's traditional territories remained under royal control, but the kingdom's military capabilities had been severely constrained by treaty limitations that restricted both the size of the royal army and its capacity for offensive operations. The massive indemnities imposed on Philip had drained the royal treasury, while the loss of strategic coastal positions had eliminated Macedonia's capacity for independent naval operations. Most significantly, the network of alliances and client relationships that had once extended Macedonian influence throughout Greece had been systematically dismantled through Roman diplomatic pressure and territorial redistributions. However, Perseus recognized that Macedonia retained substantial advantages that could be exploited through patient rebuilding and strategic innovation. The kingdom's population remained loyal to the Antigonid dynasty, providing a reliable foundation for military recruitment that exceeded the resources available to most Greek city-states or federal leagues. Macedonia's geographical position continued to provide natural defensive advantages, particularly the mountain passes that controlled access from the south and the river systems that could channel invading armies into predetermined killing zones. Most importantly, the kingdom's reputation for military excellence, though tarnished by recent defeats, still commanded respect throughout the Greek world and could potentially attract allies seeking alternatives to Roman domination. Perseus's approach to restoring Macedonian power differed fundamentally from his father's confrontational strategies. Rather than immediately challenging Roman authority through overt military actions, the young king focused on rebuilding Macedonia's internal strength, while carefully cultivating diplomatic relationships that might eventually provide support for renewed resistance to Roman hegemony. This patient approach required years of careful preparation, but it offered prospects for success that direct confrontation had repeatedly failed to achieve. The reconstruction of Macedonia's military capabilities proceeded through systematic reforms that addressed the tactical weaknesses revealed during previous conflicts with Roman forces. Perseus recognized that traditional phalanx formations, while retaining advantages in conventional battles against similarly equipped opponents, required modification to compete effectively against Roman manipular tactics. Macedonian military engineers developed new training programs that emphasized individual soldier initiative and small unit coordination, capabilities that had proven decisive in Roman tactical successes. The Royal Army's organization was restructured to provide greater flexibility, with traditional phalanx blocks supplemented by specialized units trained for operations in broken terrain, where Roman advantages were less pronounced. The economic foundations of military power received equal attention in Perseus's reconstruction program. The king implemented administrative reforms designed to maximize revenue collection, while encouraging commercial activities that could provide the financial resources necessary for sustained military operations. Macedonia's traditional strengths in mining and timber production were expanded through improved extraction techniques and more efficient transportation systems. The kingdom's strategic position controlling access routes between Greece and the Balkans created opportunities for collecting transit fees and customs duties that supplemented direct taxation of agricultural production. Perseus's diplomatic initiatives revealed sophisticated understanding of the political dynamics that had emerged throughout the eastern Mediterranean following Roman victories over Philip and Antiochus. The king recognized that successful resistance to Roman hegemony required coordinated action by multiple powers, but he also understood that overt alliance building would immediately attract Roman attention and intervention. His approach emphasized building informal relationships and mutual understanding that might eventually develop into military cooperation without providing Rome with clear pretexts for preventive action. The Seleucid Empire, despite its humiliation in the Syrian War, remained a potential partner for anti-Roman activities. Antiochus IV, who had succeeded his brother Antiochus III in 175 BC, possessed both the resources and motivation necessary for renewed confrontation with Rome, but he also faced internal challenges that limited his capacity for immediate action. Perseus's agents maintained regular contact with the Seleucid court, exploring possibilities for coordination that might enable both kingdoms to challenge Roman authority simultaneously from different directions. These negotiations required extreme discretion, as Roman intelligence networks throughout the eastern Mediterranean made detection of anti-Roman plotting increasingly likely. Ptolemaic Egypt presented more complex diplomatic opportunities, as the kingdom's relationship with Rome had evolved differently from those of other Hellenistic powers. The Ptolemies had generally avoided direct confrontation with Roman forces. They remained concerned about Roman expansion and its implications for Egyptian independence. Perseus's diplomatic representatives emphasized shared interests in maintaining some degree of Hellenistic autonomy while avoiding commitments that might provoke immediate Roman retaliation. These discussions produced informal understandings about mutual support that fell short of formal alliance, but created possibilities for coordinated resistance if circumstances proved favourable. The most promising opportunities for building anti-Roman coalitions existed among the smaller Greek states and federal leagues that had grown increasingly dissatisfied with the political arrangements established following Roman victories. Many communities that had initially welcomed Roman liberation from Macedonian domination had discovered that Roman protection came with constraints and obligations that limited their traditional autonomy. The Achaean League, despite its formal alliance with Rome, harboured growing resentment about Roman interference in internal league affairs and territorial disputes with neighbouring communities. Perseus's agents operated throughout Greece, carefully assessing local political sentiments while avoiding activities that might be interpreted as direct subversion of Roman authority. These intelligence-gathering operations revealed widespread Greek frustration with Roman policies, but they also demonstrated the practical difficulties involved in organising effective resistance. Most Greek communities recognised that their individual resources were inadequate for confronting Roman military power, while their historical tendency toward political fragmentation made coordinated action extremely difficult to achieve and maintain. The gradual improvement in Macedonia's strategic position during the 170 SBC reflected both Perseus's careful planning and changing circumstances throughout the eastern Mediterranean that created new opportunities for challenging Roman hegemony. The Third Punic War's preliminaries were beginning to absorb Roman attention in the western Mediterranean, while various conflicts in Asia Minor and the continuing decline of Seleucid power created instabilities that might be exploited by a resurgent Macedonia. Most significantly, the generation of Roman leaders who had achieved the decisive victories over Philip and Antiochus was passing from the scene, replaced by officials whose direct experience with Eastern Mediterranean warfare was more limited. Roman awareness of Macedonia's gradual recovery and Perseus's diplomatic activities created growing tensions that would ultimately lead to renewed warfare. Roman intelligence sources throughout Greece reported increasing Macedonian influence in areas that had been considered securely within the Roman sphere of influence. Perseus's careful avoidance of overt provocations made it difficult for Roman officials to justify immediate military action, but the cumulative evidence of Macedonian recovery suggested that preventive measures might be necessary to maintain Roman dominance in the eastern Mediterranean. The specific incidents that triggered the Third Macedonian War emerged from the complex territorial and political disputes that characterized Greek interstate relations during this period. Perseus's support for various Greek communities in their conflicts with Roman allies provided Roman officials with the pretext they needed for military intervention, while the king's diplomatic activities could be portrayed as violations of the treaties that had ended previous conflicts. The Roman decision to declare war in 171 BC reflected both genuine concerns about Macedonian recovery and recognition that early action would be less costly than allowing Perseus to complete his military and diplomatic preparations. The Roman military preparations for the Third Macedonian War demonstrated the Republic's continued commitment to maintaining Eastern Mediterranean dominance, regardless of the costs involved. The expeditionary force assembled for Macedonian operations included 4 full legions supported by substantial numbers of allied Italian troops and auxiliary units contributed by Greek allies. The total strength exceeded 40,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry, making it the largest Roman army yet deployed for Eastern Mediterranean operations. The force's composition reflected lessons learned during previous Greek campaigns, with particular emphasis on units trained for mountain warfare and siege operations. Command of this formidable army was initially entrusted to Publius Licinius Crassus, whose military experience included successful campaigns in both Spain and the Gaul. However, the complexities of Greek political conditions and the specific challenges posed by Macedonian defensive strategies would ultimately require multiple command changes before Roman objectives could be achieved. The Roman approach emphasized rapid, decisive action designed to prevent Perseus from consolidating his diplomatic achievements while demonstrating to potential allies that Macedonian recovery was illusory. Perseus's military preparations for the coming conflict revealed both the extent of his achievements in rebuilding Macedonian power and the continuing limitations that constrained his strategic options. The royal army that assembled to confront Roman invasion numbered approximately 26,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, substantial forces that exceeded Macedonia's military capabilities during the later years of Philip's reign. The army's organisation incorporated the tactical innovations that Perseus had developed during his reconstruction program, with traditional phalanx formations supplemented by specialised units trained for flexible operations in varied terrain conditions. The Macedonian defensive strategy emphasised exploiting the kingdom's geographical advantages while avoiding the decisive battles that had proved disastrous during previous conflicts with Roman forces. Perseus recognised that Macedonia's mountainous terrain and river systems provided natural defensive positions that could channel Roman advances into predetermined killing zones where Macedonian tactical advantages might prove decisive. This approach required careful coordination between regular army units and local militia forces familiar with regional geography, but it offered prospects for inflicting casualties sufficient to discourage continued Roman operations. The initial phases of the Third Macedonian War revealed both the strengths and limitations of the opposing military systems. Roman forces advanced into Macedonia with characteristic efficiency, systematically reducing frontier fortifications while establishing secure supply lines for sustained operations in hostile territory. However, Perseus's defensive preparations proved more effective than Roman commanders had anticipated, forcing lengthy siege operations and costly assaults against well-prepared positions. The Macedonian army's improved tactical flexibility enabled successful delaying actions that prevented rapid Roman penetration into the kingdom's heartland. The siege of Ascana demonstrated Perseus's mastery of defensive warfare and the effectiveness of his military reforms in creating forces capable of sustained resistance against Roman tactical superiority. The fortress's strategic position controlled a crucial mountain pass that Roman forces needed to secure before advancing deeper into Macedonian territory. Perseus's engineers had strengthened the position's natural advantages through elaborate earthworks and artillery positions that maximised the defenders' firepower while providing secure communications with supporting forces operating in adjacent valleys. Roman siege operations at Ascana employed the full range of techniques that had proven effective in previous Mediterranean campaigns. Roman engineers constructed circumvallation works designed to isolate the fortress while preventing relief attempts, while their artillery provided continuous bombardment intended to breach the defensive walls. However, the fortress's position on elevated terrain and the strength of its fortifications made conventional siege methods less effective than Roman commanders had expected, forcing prolonged operations that consumed valuable time and resources. The successful Macedonian defence of Ascana provided Perseus with both tactical advantages and psychological benefits that extended throughout the Greek world. The demonstration that Macedonian forces could successfully resist Roman siege operations encouraged wavering Greek communities to reconsider their allegiances while simultaneously discouraging potential Roman allies from providing support for continued operations. More importantly, the siege's duration provided Perseus with additional time to complete his diplomatic initiatives and coordinate with potential allies throughout the eastern Mediterranean. However, the broader strategic situation continued to favour Roman interests despite tactical setbacks in individual operations. Roman naval superiority enabled continuous reinforcement and resupply of forces operating in Macedonia, while Macedonian isolation prevented Perseus from receiving significant external support for his defensive efforts. The Roman alliance system throughout Greece remained largely intact, providing bases and resources that facilitated sustained military operations, while denying these advantages to Macedonian forces. The appointment of Lucius Aemilius Paulus to command Roman forces in Macedonia marked a turning point in the war's conduct and ultimate outcome. Paulus possessed extensive military experience gained through successful campaigns in Spain and Liguria, but more importantly, he understood both the tactical innovations necessary for defeating Macedonian defensive strategies and the political requirements for maintaining Greek support for Roman operations. His arrival in Macedonia coincided with substantial reinforcements that brought total Roman strength to unprecedented levels for Eastern Mediterranean operations. Paulus's strategic approach emphasized systematic reduction of Macedonian defensive positions through coordinated land and naval operations that exploited Roman advantages in logistics and tactical flexibility. Rather than attempting direct assaults against Perseus's strongest positions, the Roman commander developed flanking movements that threatened Macedonian supply lines, while forcing the royal army into less favourable defensive positions. This strategy required careful coordination between multiple Roman columns operating across difficult terrain, but it promised to achieve decisive results without the costly frontal attacks that had characterised earlier phases of the campaign. The Battle of Pydna, fought on June 22, 168 BC, represented the culmination of Perseus's efforts to restore Macedonian military power and the ultimate test of the tactical innovations he developed during years of careful preparation. The engagement occurred when Perseus's army, forced from its prepared defensive positions by Roman flanking movements, attempted to establish new defensive lines on the plain near Pydna. The battle's outcome would determine not merely the fate of Perseus's kingdom, but the future of Hellenistic resistance to Roman expansion throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The Macedonian army that deployed for battle at Pydna represented the culmination of Perseus's military reforms and the finest fighting force that Macedonia had fielded since the days of Alexander. The phalanx formations, numbering approximately 20,000 men, had been trained according to improved methods that emphasized coordination and tactical flexibility, while maintaining the disciplined formations that remained the foundation of Macedonian military effectiveness. Supporting units included cavalry forces equipped with improved armour and weapons, while specialised troops provided missile support and engineering capabilities essential for complex battlefield operations. Perseus's tactical deployment at Pydna reflected his understanding of both Macedonian military traditions and the specific challenges posed by Roman tactical methods. The king positioned his phalanx formations to take maximum advantage of the terrain's natural features while maintaining sufficient flexibility to respond to Roman flanking attempts. Macedonian cavalry occupied positions that would enable rapid exploitation of any breakthrough achieved by the phalanx advance, while missile troops provided covering fire designed to disrupt Roman formations before they could close to effective combat range. The Roman army that confronted Perseus at Pydna included veteran legionaries whose experience in Mediterranean warfare had been supplemented by specific training for operations against phalanx formations. Paulus had spent considerable effort preparing his forces for the tactical challenges that Macedonian military methods presented, developing coordinated responses to phalanx advances while maintaining the manipular flexibility that provided Roman tactical advantages. The Roman deployment emphasized depth and mutual support between adjacent units, creating defensive resilience that could absorb Macedonian attacks while maintaining capacity for counter-offensive operations. The battle commenced with traditional preliminary skirmishing as light troops from both armies tested enemy dispositions while seeking tactical advantages for their respective main forces. Macedonian peltasts, supported by Thracian auxiliaries, initially achieved some success against Roman velites, encouraging Perseus to believe that his army might overcome the tactical disadvantages that had proved decisive in previous engagements with Roman forces. However, these early successes proved misleading, as the main battle would be determined by the performance of heavy infantry formations, where fundamental tactical differences between the opposing military systems would prove decisive. The Macedonian phalanx advance across the Pydna plain created one of the most impressive military spectacles of the ancient world. 20,000 men moved forward in perfect coordination, their sarissa points creating a forest of steel that extended nearly 20 feet ahead of the front ranks. The psychological impact of this advance had broken enemy morale in countless previous battles, and Perseus had reason to hope that Roman discipline might prove inadequate when confronted by the full weight of Macedonian military tradition. The phalanx's momentum seemed irresistible as it approached Roman positions, its disciplined ranks maintaining perfect alignment despite the challenging terrain. However, the broken ground that characterized the Pydna battlefield created the tactical conditions that Roman manipular organization was specifically designed to exploit. As the Macedonian phalanx advanced over uneven terrain, gaps inevitably appeared between adjacent formations, creating opportunities for Roman infiltration that Paulus's forces were trained to recognize and exploit. Roman maniples, operating as semi-independent tactical units, immediately moved to exploit these gaps while maintaining coordination with adjacent Roman formations. The decisive moment of the battle arrived when Roman forces penetrated the intervals between Macedonian phalanx blocks and began attacking the phalangites from their flanks and rear. The long sarissas that provided the phalanx's offensive power became fatal liabilities in close-quarters combat, as Macedonian soldiers could not maneuver their unwieldy weapons effectively when attacked from unexpected directions. Roman legionaries, equipped with short swords and large shields optimized for individual combat, possessed decisive advantages in the confused melee that developed as phalanx formations disintegrated. The collapse of the Macedonian phalanx at Pydna was swift and complete once Roman forces achieved penetration of the formation's flanks. The psychological impact of seeing their invincible phalanx overwhelmed by Roman tactical superiority spread panic throughout Perseus's army, leading to general rout despite desperate attempts by Macedonian officers to rally their forces. The battle's outcome exceeded even Roman expectations for its decisiveness, with Macedonian casualties approaching 20,000 dead, while Roman losses numbered fewer than 1,000. Perseus's flight from the Pydna battlefield marked the effective end of the Antigonid dynasty and the final collapse of Macedonian resistance to Roman expansion. The king's escape with a small bodyguard provided only temporary respite, as Roman forces systematically occupied Macedonian strongholds while pursuing scattered remnants of the royal army. Within weeks of the battle, Perseus found himself isolated and without resources, ultimately surrendering to Roman forces rather than facing capture or death in futile continued resistance. The Roman treatment of conquered Macedonia revealed the Republic's evolving approach to territorial administration and the lessons learned from previous experiences with Greek political arrangements. Rather than installing a client king or attempting to govern Macedonian territories through existing institutions, Roman officials implemented a revolutionary administrative system that divided Macedonia into 4 separate republics, each governed according to modified Greek political traditions, but ultimately responsible to Roman authority. This administrative innovation reflected Roman recognition that traditional approaches to governing conquered territories had proved inadequate for maintaining long-term stability while serving Roman strategic interests. The division of Macedonia eliminated the possibility that a unified kingdom might again challenge Roman authority, while the republican governments provided sufficient autonomy to satisfy local political expectations. Each of the 4 republics retained control over internal affairs while contributing to common defence and maintaining commercial relationships that served broader Roman economic interests. The financial arrangements imposed on the Macedonian republics demonstrated Roman sophistication in extracting economic benefits from conquered territories without destroying their productive capacity. Rather than imposing massive indemnities that might cripple local economies, Roman officials established moderate tribute payments that ensured steady revenue flows while maintaining incentives for continued economic development. The tribute system was structured to encourage commercial activities and agricultural production, that would benefit both local populations and Roman merchants operating throughout the region. However, the apparent stability of the new Macedonian political system proved deceptive, as underlying tensions and resentments continued to simmer beneath the surface of Roman administrative success. Many Macedonians remained loyal to the Antigonid dynasty and viewed the republican governments as illegitimate impositions that violated their traditional political institutions. The division of the kingdom into separate republics created artificial boundaries that disrupted established economic and social relationships, generating conflicts that Roman administrators struggled to resolve effectively. The emergence of Andriscus as a claimant to the Macedonian throne in 149 BC revealed both the persistence of anti-Roman sentiment throughout Macedonia and the continuing appeal of traditional royal authority among populations that had never fully accepted republican government. Andriscus, claiming to be the son of Perseus and therefore the legitimate heir to the Antigonid throne, attracted substantial popular support through promises to restore Macedonian independence and traditional political institutions. His movement represented the final attempt at Macedonian resistance to Roman domination and the last effort to restore the kingdom that had once dominated the Greek world. Andriscus's background remained deliberately obscure, as his supporters recognised that questions about his legitimacy might undermine the movement's popular appeal. Whether he was actually Perseus's son, as he claimed, or merely an opportunistic pretender seeking to exploit Macedonian dissatisfaction, his movement attracted followers who were motivated more by opposition to Roman rule than by dynastic loyalty. The rebellion's rapid spread throughout Macedonia demonstrated that Roman administrative arrangements had failed to eliminate the fundamental political tensions that made the region susceptible to anti-Roman agitation. The military organisation of Andriscus's rebellion revealed both the continuing effectiveness of traditional Macedonian military methods and the limitations imposed by Roman administrative policies that had systematically weakened local military capabilities. The rebel army included substantial numbers of veterans from Perseus's forces who had retained their weapons and training despite official Roman efforts to demilitarize the population. However, the rebellion lacked the resources and organizational infrastructure that had supported previous Macedonian military efforts, forcing Andriscus to rely primarily on irregular warfare tactics rather than conventional battlefield operations. Roman response to the Andriscus rebellion demonstrated both the Republic's commitment to maintaining control over conquered territories and the military efficiency that had been developed through decades of Mediterranean warfare. The expeditionary force dispatched to suppress the rebellion included experienced legionaries whose training emphasized the rapid suppression of irregular resistance movements. Roman commanders understood that prolonged operations against guerrilla forces could prove both costly and politically damaging, making decisive early action essential for maintaining broader regional stability. The Fourth Macedonian War, as the conflict against Andriscus became known, proceeded with characteristic Roman thoroughness and systematic application of superior military resources. Roman forces employed coordinated operations that combined conventional military pressure with political initiatives designed to isolate rebel forces from potential supporters. The rebellion suppression required less than 2 years, demonstrating that Macedonian military capabilities had been irreparably damaged by previous defeats and administrative reorganization. The final defeat of Andriscus in 148 BC marked the definitive end of Macedonian independence and the transformation of the region into Rome's first permanent territorial province in the Greek world. The establishment of the province of Macedonia represented a fundamental departure from previous Roman approaches to governing conquered Greek territories, acknowledging that the Republic's eastern Mediterranean interests required direct administrative control rather than the informal hegemony that had characterized earlier arrangements. The provincial system implemented in Macedonia provided the administrative framework that would subsequently be extended throughout the Roman Empire as the Republic's territorial expansion continued. Roman governors, appointed directly by the Senate and responsible for both military and civilian administration, replaced the complex arrangements of client kingdoms and allied republics that had characterized earlier Roman expansion. The transformation of Macedonia into a Roman province had sent shockwaves throughout the remaining independent Greek states, but nowhere were these reverberations felt more acutely than within the councils of the Achaean League. The federal confederation that had once stood as Rome's most reliable ally in the struggle against Macedonian expansion now found itself confronting the uncomfortable reality that Roman protection had evolved into Roman domination. The League's leadership, composed primarily of aristocratic families who had built their political careers on the foundation of Roman friendship, faced mounting pressure from their own citizens who increasingly viewed continued subservience to Roman interests as incompatible with Greek dignity and traditional autonomy. The specific catalyst for the growing tensions between Rome and the Achaean League emerged from a seemingly minor territorial dispute involving Sparta, the ancient rival whose very existence had long been a source of contention within Peloponnesian politics. Sparta's unique position within the Roman alliance system had been carefully crafted to serve Roman strategic interests, while simultaneously frustrating Achaean ambitions for complete Peloponnesian unity. The city's separate treaty relationship with Rome, negotiated during the chaotic aftermath of the Second Macedonian War, had granted Sparta substantial autonomy while placing it outside the League's jurisdiction despite its geographical position within traditional Achaean spheres of influence. The Spartan question had festered for decades as successive Achaean assemblies debated whether to pursue forcible incorporation of their ancient enemy or accept the diplomatic limitations imposed by Roman protection of Spartan independence. The issue became increasingly complex as Sparta's internal politics evolved under Roman influence, with democratic factions gaining strength at the expense of the traditional oligarchic system that had characterized Spartan government since classical times. These democratic elements, paradoxically supported by Roman officials who viewed popular government as more reliable than aristocratic rule, created additional tensions with the Achaean League's own predominantly oligarchic leadership structure. Roman arbitration of Greek interstate disputes had become increasingly common following the establishment of the Macedonian province, as Roman officials recognized that direct intervention in local conflicts provided opportunities to strengthen their influence while preventing the emergence of coalitions that might challenge Roman authority. The arbitration process typically involved detailed investigations conducted by Roman commissioners who travelled throughout Greece gathering testimony and assessing the merits of competing claims. These investigations often revealed the complex web of historical grievances and territorial ambitions that characterized Greek interstate relations, providing Roman officials with valuable intelligence about potential sources of future instability. The arbitration of the Spartan dispute revealed fundamental disagreements between Roman and Achaean perspectives on the nature of federal authority and the rights of individual communities within larger political structures. Achaean representatives argued that Sparta's geographical position and historical connections to the Peloponnese made its incorporation into the League a natural and necessary development that would enhance regional stability while respecting traditional Greek political arrangements. Roman arbitrators, however, emphasized the importance of honoring existing treaty obligations and maintaining the balance of power that had emerged from previous settlements. The Roman decision to uphold Spartan independence while simultaneously requiring the League to abandon certain territorial claims created profound resentment among Achaean political leaders who had expected Roman support for their federal expansion. The arbitration's outcome was perceived throughout the League as evidence that Roman friendship served Roman rather than Greek interests, undermining the credibility of pro-Roman politicians who had argued that cooperation with Rome would ultimately benefit Achaean objectives. This political shift created opportunities for anti-Roman factions that had previously operated on the margins of League politics to gain influence and challenge the established order. The emergence of Critolaus as a dominant figure within Achaean politics represented a fundamental transformation in the League's relationship with Rome and the broader question of Greek independence in the Roman Mediterranean. Critolaus possessed the rhetorical skills and political acumen necessary to articulate Greek frustrations with Roman domination, while simultaneously developing practical alternatives to the accommodating policies that had characterized League leadership since the Syrian War. His background as a member of the traditional Achaean aristocracy provided him with the social credentials necessary for political leadership, while his education in Greek philosophical traditions enabled him to frame contemporary political issues within broader contexts of freedom and dignity that resonated with popular audiences. Critolaus's political program emphasized the restoration of genuine Greek autonomy through coordinated resistance to Roman interference in internal Greek affairs. He argued that the League's federal structure provided the organizational framework necessary for effective resistance, while the military traditions that had made Achaean forces formidable during the Macedonian Wars could be revived to confront Roman aggression. His speeches throughout the Peloponnese attracted enthusiastic audiences who had grown weary of the diplomatic humiliations and economic constraints that accompanied Roman protection, creating a popular movement that transcended traditional factional boundaries within League politics. The military preparations undertaken by the Achaean League during 147 BC revealed both the continuing effectiveness of Greek federal institutions and the limitations imposed by decades of Roman hegemony on traditional Greek military capabilities. The League's army, assembled through the federal levy system that required each member city to contribute troops according to predetermined quotas, numbered approximately 15,000 infantry and 1,500 cavalry. These forces included substantial numbers of veterans who had served in previous conflicts, providing a core of experienced soldiers around which newer recruits could be organized and trained. The Achaean military system retained many of the characteristics that had made League forces effective during earlier periods, particularly the emphasis on coordinated operations between different types of troops and the tactical flexibility that federal organization encouraged. Achaean hoplites continued to employ traditional Greek heavy infantry tactics, with large shields and long spears that provided advantages in conventional battlefield engagements against similarly equipped opponents. However, the League's forces also included specialized units adapted to the varied terrain of the Peloponnese, including light infantry trained for mountain warfare and cavalry forces capable of rapid movement across the peninsula's river systems and coastal plains. The financial resources available to support Achaean military operations reflected both the League's continued prosperity and the economic constraints imposed by Roman domination of Eastern Mediterranean trade networks. The federal treasury, accumulated through contributions from member cities and revenues from commercial activities, provided sufficient funds for initial military preparations, but lacked the depth necessary for sustained operations against the vast resources that Rome could deploy. Achaean leaders recognized that their military efforts would need to achieve rapid, decisive results before Roman reinforcements could arrive from other Mediterranean theatres. Roman awareness of growing Achaean militancy created increasing tensions throughout 147 BC as reports reached the Senate describing League military preparations and the inflammatory rhetoric that characterized Critolaus's political campaigns. Roman officials understood that Achaean resistance represented a more serious challenge than previous Greek rebellions because of the League's federal structure and military capabilities, but they also recognized that decisive action would be necessary to prevent the spread of anti-Roman sentiment to other Greek communities that might view successful Achaean resistance as evidence that Roman power could be challenged. The Roman decision to demand Achaean compliance with previous arbitration decisions, while simultaneously threatening military intervention, if the League continued its military preparations, created the immediate crisis that would trigger open warfare. Roman ambassadors delivered ultimatums that required the League to disband its military forces and accept Roman mediation of all future disputes, demands that Achaean leaders viewed as incompatible with their federal independence and traditional rights of self-governance. The rejection of these demands by the League Assembly provided Rome with the legal justification necessary for military action while simultaneously demonstrating to Greek observers that the League was prepared to fight rather than submit to Roman diktat. The outbreak of hostilities in 146 BC marked the beginning of what would prove to be the final chapter in the long history of Greek resistance to Roman expansion. The Achaean forces that took the field against Roman legions represented the last independent Greek army capable of challenging Roman authority through conventional military operations. Their equipment and training reflected centuries of Greek military tradition, while their motivation drew upon cultural memories of the great struggles that had defined Greek identity since the Persian Wars. The initial Achaean strategy emphasized rapid movement and concentration of force, designed to achieve local superiority before Roman reinforcements could arrive from other Mediterranean theatres. League forces advanced from their assembly points in the central Peloponnese towards strategic positions that would enable them to control access routes from northern Greece, while simultaneously threatening Roman allies who had remained loyal to the established order. This approach required careful coordination between different League contingents and precise timing to achieve the concentration necessary for success against Roman tactical superiority. The Roman military response demonstrated the efficiency and systematic approach that had characterized Roman operations throughout the Mediterranean world for over a century. The expeditionary force assembled for Greek operations included 2 full legions supported by substantial numbers of Italian allies and auxiliary troops contributed by Greek communities that had remained loyal to Rome. The total strength approached 25,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, numbers that reflected both the seriousness with which Rome viewed the Achaean threat and the Republic's determination to achieve decisive results that would discourage future rebellions. Command of the Roman forces was entrusted to Lucius Mummius, a consul whose military experience included successful campaigns in Spain and whose political connections ensured senatorial support for the harsh measures that Roman strategy required. Mummius understood that the Achaean War represented more than a simple rebellion against Roman authority. It was a test of Roman determination to maintain the Eastern Mediterranean system that had emerged from decades of warfare and diplomatic maneuvering. The outcome would determine whether Roman hegemony could be sustained through the combination of military superiority and political accommodation that had characterized previous Greek settlements. The Battle of Leukopetra, fought in early 146 BC, provided the decisive test of Achaean military capabilities against Roman tactical superiority and professional competence. The engagement occurred when Achaean forces, advancing toward Corinth in an attempt to secure the strategic isthmus that connected the Peloponnese to central Greece, encountered Roman legions that had moved with characteristic speed to intercept them. The battle's outcome would determine not merely the immediate military situation, but the fate of the last independent Greek federal state and the future of Greek autonomy throughout the Roman Mediterranean. The Achaean army that deployed for battle at Leukopetra represented the finest military force that the League had assembled since the great conflicts of the previous century. The hoplite formations, numbering approximately 12,000 men, had been drawn from throughout the Peloponnese and included veterans whose experience in local conflicts had been supplemented by training in the federal military exercises that maintained League military effectiveness. Their equipment reflected traditional Greek military standards, with bronze armour, large round shields, and 8-foot spears that provided the striking power essential for hoplite tactics. Supporting the main hoplite formations were specialised troops that reflected the diverse military traditions of the League's member cities. Achaean cavalry, recruited primarily from the plains regions where horse breeding remained economically viable, provided reconnaissance capabilities and the striking power necessary for exploitation of tactical opportunities. Light infantry, including peltasts and javelin troops, trained for operations in the mountainous terrain that characterized much of the Peloponnese, offered tactical flexibility that complemented the disciplined formations of the heavy infantry. The Roman deployment at Leucopetra demonstrated the tactical innovations that had made Roman armies dominant throughout the Mediterranean world, while adapting these methods to the specific challenges posed by Greek hoplite formations. The legionary manipular system provided the flexibility necessary for operations against rigid phalanx formations, while Roman training emphasized individual soldier initiative and small unit coordination that enabled rapid adaptation to changing battlefield conditions. The Roman battle line consisted of 3 distinct echelons, each capable of independent action while maintaining coordination with adjacent units. The battle commenced with preliminary skirmishing as light troops from both armies tested enemy dispositions while seeking tactical advantages for their respective main forces. Achaean peltasts, supported by Cretan archers whose services had been purchased with League funds, initially achieved some success against Roman velites, creating optimism among Achaean commanders that their forces might overcome the tactical disadvantages that had proved decisive in previous Greek encounters with Roman armies. However, these early successes proved deceptive, as the main engagement would be determined by the performance of heavy infantry formations, where fundamental differences between Greek and Roman military systems would prove decisive. The Achaean hoplite advance across the Leucopetra battlefield created an impressive display of traditional Greek military discipline and coordination. 12,000 men moved forward in carefully aligned formations, their bronze armour gleaming in the Mediterranean sun, while their spear points created a hedge of steel that had broken enemy resistance in countless previous engagements. The psychological impact of this advance had traditionally been one of the hoplite system's greatest advantages, as the sight of disciplined Greek infantry advancing in perfect formation often broke enemy morale before actual combat began. However, the Roman legionaries who awaited the Achaean advance had been trained specifically to counter hoplite tactics and possessed both the individual skills and unit coordination necessary to exploit the weaknesses inherent in rigid phalanx formations. Roman manipular deployment allowed individual units to adapt to local battlefield conditions while maintaining overall coordination, creating opportunities for tactical innovation that rigid formations could not match. The Romans' shorter swords and larger shields provided advantages in close-quarters combat, while their training emphasized the individual initiative that enabled rapid exploitation of tactical opportunities. The decisive moment of the battle arrived when Roman manipular units infiltrated the intervals between Achaean hoplite formations, attacking the phalangites from their flanks where the long spears that provided their offensive power became liabilities rather than advantages. The Achaean formations, trained for frontal combat against similarly equipped opponents, lacked the tactical flexibility necessary to respond effectively to attacks from unexpected directions. Roman legionaries, equipped and trained for individual combat in confined spaces, possessed decisive advantages in the confused melee that developed as hoplite formations disintegrated under pressure from multiple directions. The collapse of Achaean resistance at Leucopetra was swift and complete once Roman forces achieved penetration of the phalanx formations. The psychological impact of seeing their disciplined formations overwhelmed by Roman tactical superiority spread panic throughout the Achaean army, leading to general rout despite desperate attempts by League officers to rally their forces. Critolaus himself fell during the battle's final phases, his death symbolizing the end of organized Greek resistance to Roman domination and the collapse of the political movement that had sought to restore genuine Greek independence. the strategic consequences of Leucopetra extended far beyond the immediate military results, as the battle's outcome demonstrated conclusively that Greek military methods were no longer capable of challenging Roman tactical superiority under any circumstances. The defeat eliminated the last independent Greek army capable of conventional resistance to Roman expansion, while simultaneously discouraging potential allies throughout the eastern Mediterranean who might have considered supporting anti-Roman activities. The speed and completeness of Achaean collapse convinced observers that Roman military dominance had become an unchangeable fact of Mediterranean politics. Roman pursuit operations following Leucopetra revealed both the thoroughness of Roman military methods and Mummius's determination to achieve results that would permanently eliminate the possibility of renewed Greek resistance. Rather than simply occupying strategic positions and accepting Achaean submission, Roman forces systematically hunted down scattered League contingents while simultaneously advancing toward Corinth, the wealthy commercial centre whose capture would provide both strategic advantages and opportunities for the exemplary punishment that Roman policy required. The siege of Corinth represented the culmination of Roman military operations against the Achaean League and the final act in the long drama of Greek resistance to Roman expansion. The city's strategic position controlling the narrow isthmus that connected the Peloponnese to central Greece had made it one of the most important commercial centres in the Greek world, while its wealth and cultural significance ensured that its fate would resonate throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The Roman approach to Corinth's reduction would demonstrate both the efficiency of Roman siege techniques and the brutal consequences that awaited communities that chose resistance over submission. Corinth's fortifications reflected centuries of military engineering and the accumulated wealth that had made the city one of the most prosperous communities in the Greek world. The city's walls incorporated both traditional Greek defensive techniques and innovations developed through exposure to Hellenistic siege warfare, creating positions that should have been capable of sustained resistance against conventional assault methods. The harbour installations that had made Corinth wealthy also provided secure supply lines that could theoretically sustain lengthy siege operations, while the city's population included substantial numbers of skilled craftsmen capable of manufacturing weapons and maintaining defensive equipment. However, the Roman siege of Corinth employed the full range of techniques that had been developed through centuries of Mediterranean warfare and refined through extensive experience in reducing fortified positions throughout the known world. Roman engineers constructed elaborate circumvallation works that isolated the city from external support while simultaneously building the assault platforms and artillery positions necessary for systematic bombardment of the defensive walls. The siege demonstrated Roman mastery of logistics and engineering, as supply trains from throughout Roman territories provided the materials and equipment necessary for sustained operations far from Roman bases. The systematic Roman bombardment of Corinth's walls employed artillery pieces that represented the most advanced siege technology available in the ancient world. Roman catapults and ballistas, constructed according to designs that had been perfected through generations of siege warfare, delivered stone projectiles with sufficient force to breach defensive walls that had previously been considered impregnable. The continuous bombardment created multiple breaches in Corinth's fortifications, while simultaneously demoralizing defenders who recognized that their position was becoming untenable. The final assault on Corinth proceeded with characteristic Roman efficiency and systematic brutality that would establish precedents for Roman treatment of rebellious cities throughout the expanding empire. Roman legionaries advanced through the breaches created by artillery bombardment, while simultaneously scaling walls that had been weakened by continuous attack. The defenders, primarily Corinthian citizens supplemented by refugees from other League cities, fought with desperate courage but lacked both the numbers and equipment necessary to resist the overwhelming force that Roman siege methods had concentrated against their positions. The capture of Corinth unleashed Roman vengeance that exceeded even the harsh standards typically applied to rebellious cities during this period of Mediterranean warfare. Mummius's orders specified that the city should serve as an example that would discourage future resistance throughout the Greek world, leading to systematic destruction that eliminated Corinth as both a political entity and cultural centre. The male population was systematically executed while women and children were sold into slavery, creating scenes of devastation that contemporary observers described as unprecedented in their thoroughness and brutality. The destruction of Corinth's buildings and monuments represented a calculated assault on Greek cultural identity that went far beyond mere military necessity. Roman soldiers systematically demolished temples, theatres, and other public buildings that had embodied Greek artistic achievement and civic pride, while private residences were stripped of their contents before being burned or torn down. The famous artworks that had made Corinth a centre of Greek cultural life were either destroyed or shipped to Rome as spoils of war, creating a cultural catastrophe that resonated throughout the Hellenistic world. The symbolic significance of Corinth's destruction was heightened by its occurrence in the same year as Carthage's annihilation, creating a powerful demonstration of Roman determination to eliminate any challenge to their Mediterranean dominance. The simultaneous destruction of these two great cities, representing the culmination of Greek and Carthaginian resistance to Roman expansion, sent unmistakable messages to potential enemies throughout the known world about the consequences of opposing Roman authority. The psychological impact of these twin catastrophes extended far beyond their immediate military and political effects, establishing Roman reputation for ruthless efficiency that would influence international relations for generations. The immediate aftermath of Corinth's destruction revealed the systematic approach that Roman officials employed in reorganizing conquered territories according to imperial rather than local interests. The dissolution of the Achaean League eliminated the last independent Greek federal institution capable of coordinating resistance to Roman policies, while the territorial redistributions that followed created artificial boundaries designed to prevent the emergence of new coalitions that might challenge Roman authority. Individual Greek cities found themselves isolated and directly subordinated to Roman officials whose primary concerns involved maintaining order and extracting resources rather than respecting traditional Greek political institutions. The establishment of direct Roman control over former League territories marked a fundamental transformation in the nature of Roman rule in the Eastern Mediterranean, replacing the informal hegemony that had characterized earlier periods with administrative systems that resembled those employed in other Roman provinces. Roman governors appointed by the Senate assumed responsibility for maintaining order and collecting taxes, while Roman law gradually replaced local legal traditions in matters affecting Roman interests. The changes represented the final abandonment of the political arrangements that had emerged from Flamininus's liberation of Greece 50 years earlier, acknowledging that Roman security interests required direct control rather than the cooperative relationships that had proved inadequate for maintaining stability. The smoking ruins of Corinth cast a shadow across the Greek world that would persist for over a century, marking not merely the end of organised resistance to Roman authority, but the beginning of a systematic transformation that would fundamentally alter the nature of Greek civilization itself. The brutal efficiency with which Roman forces had eliminated the last vestiges of Greek independence created a political vacuum that Roman administrators moved quickly to fill with institutions designed to serve imperial rather than local interests. The dissolution of the Achaean League and the destruction of its principal city eliminated the final example of successful Greek federal organisation, leaving individual communities isolated and vulnerable to Roman administrative reorganisation that prioritised control and resource extraction over traditional Greek political autonomy. The immediate administrative arrangements following the conquest revealed the sophisticated bureaucratic methods that Rome had developed through generations of territorial expansion across the Mediterranean world. Rather than attempting to govern Greek territories through existing institutions that might retain loyalties to pre-conquest political arrangements, Roman officials implemented direct administrative control that bypassed traditional Greek political structures while utilizing local knowledge and expertise where it served Roman purposes. The appointment of Roman governors with imperium over former Greek territories established clear hierarchies of authority that eliminated ambiguities about ultimate sovereignty while providing mechanisms for systematic policy implementation throughout the conquered regions. The creation of the province of Achaia represented the culmination of this administrative reorganization and the formal integration of southern Greece into the Roman imperial system. The provincial boundaries, established through careful consideration of geographical features and existing political relationships, encompassed the Peloponnese and central Greece, while extending Roman authority over territories that had maintained various degrees of independence since the Persian Wars. The provincial structure provided Roman administrators with the legal framework necessary for systematic governance, while creating administrative efficiency that could accommodate the diverse local conditions that characterized different regions within the new province. The selection of Lucius Mummius as the first governor of Achaia reflected Roman understanding that the transition from independent Greek states to provincial administration required officials capable of both military competence and administrative sophistication. Mummius possessed extensive experience in provincial governance gained through successful service in Spain, where he had demonstrated the combination of firmness and pragmatism that Roman policy in newly conquered territories typically required. His appointment signalled Roman intention to establish permanent administrative control rather than the temporary military occupation that had characterized earlier Roman interventions in Greek affairs. The administrative personnel assembled to support provincial governance included both Roman officials appointed directly by the Senate and local Greeks, whose expertise in regional conditions made them valuable for implementing Roman policies. The Roman officials, typically drawn from the senatorial and equestrian classes, brought professional competence in law, finance, and military affairs that provided the foundation for effective governance. Greek administrators, selected primarily from aristocratic families that had demonstrated loyalty to Roman interests, possessed intimate knowledge of local customs and political dynamics that proved essential for managing the complex relationships between different communities within the province. The legal framework established for provincial administration represented a sophisticated synthesis of Roman legal principles and Greek political traditions that aimed to provide effective governance while minimizing resistance from populations accustomed to different institutional arrangements. Roman law assumed precedence in matters affecting imperial interests, including taxation, military recruitment, and interstate commerce, while local legal traditions continued to govern purely internal affairs within individual communities. This approach provided sufficient continuity with pre-conquest practices to maintain social stability while ensuring that Roman strategic and economic objectives received priority in cases of conflicting interests. The fiscal arrangements implemented throughout the new province demonstrated Roman expertise in extracting resources from conquered territories without destroying the economic foundations that made such extraction possible. The tribute system established for Greek communities calculated obligations according to assessed capacity rather than arbitrary impositions, creating incentives for continued economic development while ensuring steady revenue flows to support imperial administration and military operations. The tribute assessments conducted by Roman officials with extensive experience in provincial finance took into account local economic conditions and traditional patterns of production while establishing payment schedules that communities could reasonably meet through normal economic activities. Roman taxation methods in Achaia reflected lessons learned from earlier provincial experiments and the specific characteristics of Greek economic organization. The primary tribute obligations were calculated as fixed annual payments in silver, providing predictability for both Roman administrators and Greek communities while avoiding the complications associated with payments in kind that had proved problematic in other provinces. Supplementary taxes on commercial activities and luxury goods provided additional revenues while encouraging the types of economic development that served broader Roman commercial interests throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The collection of provincial revenues employed a combination of Roman supervision and local administration that maximised efficiency, while maintaining adequate oversight to prevent corruption or resistance. Roman tax collectors, supported by military units stationed throughout the province, provided ultimate authority for revenue collection while working through local officials who possessed detailed knowledge of community resources and payment capabilities. This system proved remarkably effective in generating the steady income streams that provincial administration required, while avoiding the excessive brutality that might have provoked renewed resistance. The cultural transformation of Greece under Roman rule proceeded through subtle but persistent processes that gradually altered traditional patterns of intellectual and artistic life, while preserving the essential characteristics that Romans themselves valued in Greek civilization. Roman administrators recognized that Greek cultural achievements represented valuable assets that enhanced the empire's prestige and provided practical benefits through their influence on education and intellectual development throughout the Roman world. The preservation of Greek philosophical schools, artistic traditions, and literary culture served Roman interests by maintaining the cultural attractions that drew wealthy Romans to Greek cities, while simultaneously demonstrating Roman appreciation for superior achievements in areas where Roman capabilities remained limited. The philosophical schools of Athens experienced a remarkable renaissance under Roman protection, as wealthy Romans sought Greek philosophical instruction and patronized institutions that provided intellectual prestige along with practical education in rhetoric and political theory. The Academy, Lyceum, and other traditional schools received generous endowments from Roman benefactors who recognized that association with Greek intellectual traditions enhanced their own cultural credentials while providing their sons with educational opportunities unavailable in purely Roman institutions. The schools adapted their curricula to serve Roman needs while maintaining their essential Greek character, creating educational programs that combine traditional Greek philosophical inquiry with practical training in the legal and political skills that Roman careers required. The transformation of Greek artistic production under Roman patronage created new forms of cultural expression that synthesized traditional Greek techniques with Roman themes and preferences. Greek sculptors and painters found eager markets for works that celebrated Roman military victories and political achievements, while employing the artistic methods that had made Greek art renowned throughout the Mediterranean world. The resulting artistic synthesis preserved Greek technical excellence, while adapting subject matter and stylistic elements to serve Roman cultural and political objectives, creating artistic traditions that would influence imperial culture for centuries. Greek literary culture experienced similar transformations as Greek writers adapted their traditional forms and themes to serve Roman audiences while maintaining the linguistic and stylistic characteristics that distinguished Greek literature from Latin alternatives. Greek historians found Roman patronage for works that celebrated imperial achievements and explained Greek political failures in terms that justified Roman conquest while preserving valuable information about pre-conquest Greek civilization. Greek poets and dramatists adapted their traditional genres to explore themes relevant to Roman imperial culture, while maintaining the artistic sophistication that made Greek literature superior to contemporary Roman alternatives. The economic transformation of Greece under Roman rule reflected both the destructive effects of conquest and the systematic development policies that Roman administration implemented to maximize provincial productivity. The immediate aftermath of conquest had devastated many traditional economic activities through warfare, population displacement, and the disruption of established commercial relationships. However, Roman investment in infrastructure development and the integration of Greek territories into broader imperial commercial networks created new opportunities for economic growth that eventually exceeded pre-conquest levels in many regions. Roman infrastructure development in Greece focused primarily on transportation systems that served both military and commercial objectives, while providing employment for displaced populations and demonstrating the practical benefits of Roman rule. The construction and improvement of roads connecting major Greek cities with each other and with routes leading to other parts of the empire facilitated both the movement of Roman military forces and the development of commercial activities that served imperial economic interests. Harbour improvements at Corinth, rebuilt as a Roman colony, and other coastal cities provided secure facilities for the maritime commerce that connected Greek production with markets throughout the Roman world. The integration of Greek agricultural production into imperial supply systems created new markets for traditional Greek products while encouraging the development of crops and livestock that served broader Roman needs. Greek wine and olive oil found ready markets throughout the empire, while the province's strategic position made it an important source of grain for supplying Roman armies operating in eastern theatres. Roman agricultural techniques, introduced through veteran colonists and technical advisors, improved productivity in many regions, while maintaining the essential characteristics of Greek rural life that provided social stability. Greek participation in the civil wars that marked the final century of the Roman Republic revealed both the extent of provincial integration into broader imperial political processes and the continuing distinctiveness of Greek political culture within the Roman system. Greek cities and individuals found themselves drawn into conflicts that originated in purely Roman political disputes, but had profound implications for provincial administration and local autonomy. The choices made by different Greek communities during these conflicts reflected complex calculations about which Roman faction offered better prospects for maintaining local interests while fulfilling imperial obligations. The civil war between Caesar and Pompey created particular challenges for Greek communities that had developed relationships with both Roman factions during previous decades of provincial administration. Many Greek cities had received benefits from Pompey's eastern campaigns and subsequent political influence, while others had established connections with Caesar's supporters, who promised greater respect for local autonomy and traditional institutions. The need to choose sides in conflicts between Roman leaders forced Greek political leaders to develop sophisticated understanding of Roman political dynamics while maintaining their own community's essential interests regardless of which faction ultimately achieved victory. The Battle of Pharsalus, fought on Greek soil in 48 BC, demonstrated both the extent to which Greece had become integrated into Roman imperial politics and the continuing significance of Greek territories for determining the empire's future direction. The engagement between Caesar's and Pompey's forces took place in Thessaly, where local communities found themselves hosting armies whose conflict would determine the nature of Roman government for generations. Greek observers of the battle recognized that its outcome would affect not merely Roman political arrangements, but the future of provincial administration throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Caesar's victory at Pharsalus and his subsequent policies toward Greek communities reveal the dictator's sophisticated understanding of provincial administration and the importance of maintaining local support for imperial policies. Caesar's clemency toward Greek cities that had supported Pompey reflected both his political pragmatism and recognition that harsh treatment of Greek communities would undermine the cultural and economic benefits that the province provided to Roman interests. The dictator's policies established precedents for imperial administration that would influence subsequent Roman approaches to governing Greek territories. The assassination of Caesar in 44 BC plunged the Greek provinces into renewed uncertainty as competing Roman factions sought support for their conflicting claims to legitimate authority. The liberators Brutus and Cassius established their base of operations in the eastern provinces. where they attempted to mobilize resources for their confrontation with Caesar's heirs, while simultaneously managing the complex political relationships that provincial administration required. Greek communities found themselves again forced to choose between competing Roman claimants, whose success or failure would determine local political arrangements for the foreseeable future. The exactions imposed by Brutus and Cassius to finance their military preparations created severe economic hardships throughout the Greek provinces, while demonstrating the vulnerability of provincial populations to Roman political conflicts. The liberators' demands for tribute payments, military recruits, and naval support strained Greek resources that had not yet fully recovered from the disruptions of previous decades. Many communities found themselves forced to borrow money at ruinous interest rates, or sell public property to meet Roman demands, creating economic distress that would persist long after the immediate political crisis had been resolved. The Battle of Philippi in 42 BC, fought in Macedonia, near the border of the Achaean province, provided the decisive resolution of the conflict between Caesar's assassins and his political heirs. The engagement demonstrated both the continuing strategic importance of Greek territories for Roman imperial politics and the extent to which local populations had become accustomed to their role as observers rather than participants in conflicts that determined their political future. Greek communities in the region provided supplies and logistical support for the competing armies, while carefully avoiding commitments that might prove disadvantageous regardless of which side achieved victory. The victory of Mark Antony and Octavian at Philippi established the second triumvirate's authority over the eastern provinces, while creating new opportunities for Greek communities to rebuild their economic and political institutions under more stable imperial administration. The division of responsibilities between the triumvirs assigned the eastern provinces to Antony's sphere of influence, where his appreciation for Greek culture and his relationship with Cleopatra created expectations that provincial administration would become more sympathetic to local traditions and interests. Antony's administration of the eastern provinces revealed both his genuine appreciation for Greek cultural achievements and his understanding of the political and economic benefits that effective provincial governance could provide for Roman imperial interests. The triumvir's court at Alexandria became a centre for Greek intellectual and artistic activity, while his policies towards Greek cities emphasised restoration of traditional institutions and respect for local autonomy within the broader framework of imperial authority. These policies proved popular among Greek populations that had suffered under the harsh exactions of previous decades, creating substantial support for Antony's political position throughout the eastern Mediterranean. However, Antony's relationship with Cleopatra and his adoption of Hellenistic court practices created political vulnerabilities that Octavian exploited effectively in his propaganda campaigns against the triumvir's eastern policies. Octavian's representatives throughout the Roman world portrayed Antony's appreciation for Greek culture as evidence of his corruption by foreign influences that threatened traditional Roman values and imperial unity. This propaganda campaign proved effective in undermining Antony's political position in Rome, while simultaneously creating suspicions about the loyalty of eastern provincial populations that had supported his administration. The naval Battle of Actium in 31 BC, fought off the coast of western Greece, provided the climactic confrontation between Octavian and Antony that would determine both the future of Roman imperial government and the fate of the eastern provinces. The engagement demonstrated the continuing strategic importance of Greek waters for Roman imperial politics, while revealing the extent to which provincial resources had become integrated into broader imperial military and political calculations. Greek communities throughout the region recognized that the battle's outcome would establish the political framework within which they would operate for the foreseeable future. Octavian's victory at Actium eliminated Antony's challenge to his authority, while simultaneously establishing his control over the eastern provinces that had provided the foundation for his rival's political and military power. The future Augustus's subsequent policies towards Greek communities reflected both his political pragmatism and his understanding that effective imperial administration required maintaining local support while ensuring that provincial resources served broader imperial objectives. The constitutional arrangements that Augustus developed for imperial administration would provide the framework for governing Greek territories throughout the subsequent imperial period. Augustus's reorganization of provincial administration in Greece established the institutional structures that would govern the region throughout the early imperial period, while addressing the specific challenges that Greek territories presented for Roman imperial government. The emperor's policies combined respect for Greek cultural traditions with systematic administrative control that ensured provincial resources served imperial needs while maintaining the local stability essential for long-term imperial success. The Augustan settlement represented the culmination of the integration process that had begun with the destruction of Corinth 2 centuries earlier, transforming Greece from a collection of independent city-states into a thoroughly integrated component of the Roman imperial system. The establishment of veteran colonies throughout Greece provided both rewards for military service and mechanisms for maintaining Roman control over strategic territories while stimulating economic development that benefited both colonists and existing populations. The colonies at Corinth, Patria, and other locations brought Roman settlers whose presence ensured loyalty to imperial interests, while providing markets for local agricultural production and expertise in Roman administrative and commercial practices. The colonization program represented a sophisticated approach to provincial integration that achieved multiple imperial objectives while minimizing resistance from existing populations. The cultural synthesis that emerged from 2 centuries of Roman rule in Greece created intellectual and artistic traditions that would influence European civilization for millennia. Greek philosophical and scientific achievements, preserved and transmitted through Roman patronage and institutional support, provided the foundation for intellectual developments that extended far beyond the boundaries of classical civilization. The artistic traditions that emerged from the combination of Greek technical excellence and Roman patronage created aesthetic standards that would influence European art and architecture throughout the medieval and modern periods. The administrative innovations developed for governing Greek territories provided precedents and techniques that Roman officials employed throughout the expanding empire, contributing to the institutional efficiency that enabled imperial administration over vast territories and diverse populations. The legal synthesis that combined Roman law with Greek political traditions created jurisprudential principles that influenced the development of legal systems throughout Europe and the Mediterranean world. The economic integration of Greek territories into imperial commercial networks demonstrated methods for provincial development that maximized both local prosperity and imperial revenues. The transformation of Greece from independent city-states to Roman province represented one of the most significant cultural and political transitions in ancient Mediterranean history. The process, extending from the first Roman interventions in Illyrian affairs through Augustus's constitutional settlement, demonstrated both the inexorable expansion of Roman power and the sophisticated methods that Roman administrators developed for integrating diverse populations and territories into a unified imperial system. The Greek experience under Roman rule provided both the template for subsequent imperial expansion and the cultural foundation for the synthesis of classical and Roman traditions that would define Western civilization for centuries to come. The legacy of Roman conquest extended far beyond the immediate political and administrative changes that transformed Greek society during the late Republic and early Empire. The preservation of Greek intellectual traditions under Roman patronage ensured that classical philosophy, science, and literature would survive the political upheavals that destroyed the independent city-states, while providing the cultural foundation for the educational systems that would shape European intellectual development throughout the medieval and modern periods. The architectural and artistic traditions that emerged from Greco-Roman cultural synthesis created aesthetic standards that would influence European art and architecture for over 2 millennia. The administrative and legal innovations developed for governing Greek territories provided institutional models that Roman officials adapted for use throughout the expanding empire, contributing to the governmental efficiency that enabled imperial administration over territories stretching from Britain to Mesopotamia. The economic integration of Greek territories into imperial commercial networks demonstrated methods for provincial development that became standard practice throughout the Roman world, creating prosperity that exceeded pre-conquest levels while serving broader imperial strategic and financial objectives. Thus, the Roman conquest of Greece, which had begun with seemingly minor interventions against Illyrian pirates, culminated in the complete transformation of one of the ancient world's most sophisticated civilizations into an integral component of the Roman imperial system. The process demonstrated both the military superiority that enabled Roman expansion and the administrative sophistication that allowed the empire to preserve and utilize the cultural achievements of conquered peoples while maintaining political unity across vast territories and diverse populations. The Greco-Roman synthesis that emerged from this conquest would provide the cultural and institutional foundation for European civilization, ensuring that the political destruction of Greek independence ultimately contributed to the preservation and transmission of Greek cultural achievements to subsequent generations throughout the Mediterranean world and beyond.